Alright guys, BLM here, back another live stream. Maybe finishing like a Dragon Ishin tonight? Maybe? I looked up a guide and like we have like 4-ish hours left, so maybe. We'll see. Like reality TV wise, like obviously we got like more updates on BBCAN, but like not much else has really happened, right? Like I'm trying to think like what else even happened this last stream, like outside of, like things I've watched, but like and like worked on, but like it's really been a lot of just a lot of nothing outside BBCAN, and even then it's like okay, yeah, Todd's going home. Again, like Bailey, if she gets to the end, she wins. Anthony, again, the most likely final two at this point is what, Anthony, Alexis, right? But at this point, I don't think I could tell you who wins that. I really don't know anymore. Because like I would have said Anthony, but I do feel like at this point, I do feel like there does seem to be an anti-Anthony sentiment where like I think there is a world where Lexus has a shot. However, I do think Lexus, like the thing is like a lot of people were like criticizing like if Lexus like takes out Todd here, that oh that's the bad move. I don't think it is. I think her like the thing is I think Lexus is kind of fucked right now. I think her best case scenario is getting to the end of Anthony and there being a bitter jury. Like even Todd, I don't even think she beats Todd at this point. To where I'm like, I think her best case scenario is actually just getting to the end of Anthony and just hoping people hate Anthony. So yeah. Oh yeah, I did catch up on Quebec. Well, kind of. I got caught up to episode like 24 or whatever. But spoiler for Survivor Quebec. That was quite possibly like as boring of a rock draw you could possibly fucking have. Again, the fact they went to rocks, insane, but they did it in the most fucking boring possible way. Like really, it's like what terrible gameplay. Also, they literally swap 3-3, and you're not, like they're not even fucking trying to like not go to rocks. They're all just like, okay, yep, we're all going to rocks. It's like okay, sure. Like Terra situation. What are we talking about, Terra? Like, what are you talking about Terra? Because Terra beats... Like, are we talking about Terra BBCAN 9? Like, Terra beats both of them at the end. Like, Terra is the biggest jury threat of the final three. Like, she beats Ty and Brayden. They didn't want either Ty or Brayden to win. They made the decision based on who won final HOH of the two because they didn't want either of them to win. It's basically UK Panama merge, essentially, but like obviously yeah with the rock tiebreaker instead of the what was it the quiz. Oh, I forgot about it. I did watch the premiere of the GOAT actually. It was okay. Like it very much like feels like just another of the like House of Villains style shows. I will say I do think this one feels a bit more genuine. To where again, like with House of Villains, like just so much of it felt fake to me. To where I feel like that saps something away from it. The GOAT feels more real, but also feels like less interesting. But it's fine. I would say I wish they explained what happened more. Replacement rankings. Why is it why is it that players who got voted on came back or last when some players when some played better than those who stayed the whole game? I mean, when people that got voted out and came back, like that means that they like got voted out and came back within the same game, which to me is worse than you staying through the entire game and like still playing poorly through it. Like if you like again, if we're talking about like we're talking about like 2 5th placers, and like 1 5th placer got voted out, like again, essentially like with Burton. If we're like comparing Burton and other person, like another person, either way. Like if we're comparing that, it's like well, Burton got voted out 4th and had to come back to the game. Like that's worse than someone that like stayed throughout the entire game, but like just didn't play that well. Even though Burton didn't play particularly well. Why is BBCAN2 player ranking members only video? Because again, like that's the video that's not officially out yet. It comes out this Wednesday. But I thought it was that again, there's a $5 membership tier to where now you can watch any videos that are in the back burner right away. Because again, like I've always had like a whole bunch of videos just lying in the back burner because of the way I make videos. So yeah, now there's just a way I make some money off it. Challenge 40, I don't even remember what happened. Like, I don't feel... Oh, wait, what the fuck? I died that quickly? I don't feel like anything that important happened, did it? So, again, spoiler for Challenge 40, but, like, what? Josh went home, right? Like, what else happened? Like, I think, like, Michelle is, like, rumored to have gone home, but hasn't yet. Also, like, won a whole bunch of eliminations, so good on her. But, I don't know. I don't really have that much to say. Yeah, Bananas won 2 limbs. Good for him, also. Okay, this is actually a really difficult fight. What the fuck? Or maybe not. Okay, never mind. I thought they did more damage than it did. I mean, like, I'm disappointed to lose Joey. I don't know if I'm surprised, just because, like, who had any expectations coming into this show? But, I am disappointed to lose Joey. Yeah, since last stream, though, I have, oh, I mean, like, Spoiler Girl's just dumb. Like, I mean, I don't know what to say about Spoiler Girl. Banana since Total Madness is told now... Wait, since Total Madness is now 7-1 eliminations? Is he really? His record's actually that good? So, like, since Total Madness, so, like... So, he won Summon Rider Dies, right? Then what, World Championship, he lost one, right? Is that the one that he lost? Then what, USA, he won at least one, right? And then he won, like, the few won this season. So, yeah, that's actually pretty insane. Good for him. Not that I like Bananas anyway, though. I couldn't. I don't even think I could tell you what happened on the GOAT at this point. I watched it on like Friday or something. I barely remember it. Like legitimately, actually trying to think of the cast. I don't even. Okay, cool. I missed the button. I don't even remember the cast anymore. Outside of like obviously the big names. Because like I don't know most of this cast. Like Joey is like one of the few people I knew. Like, there's Joey, there's Wendell, there's Devon. Is there anyone else that I know? Like, I know of, Lauren. That's her name, right? Oh, Tech. Well, Tech was barely on the show, though. Like, Tech felt like the most purple person there. Unless, like, there's another purple person that I just don't even know who that is. But, like, Tech was, like, barely on the episode. Oh yeah, I did see format for Challenge 40. It sounds bad. Like, it's an interesting concept, but it's also bad, though. The fact that, like, essentially the previous elimination winner gets to decide, like, the pool of people, right? I forgot what... actually, let's properly look this up. Yeah, I didn't know who the chef guy was. Yeah, Michelle's record is also pretty insane. Considering she's not that good. Let's see. Look up gamer. Yeah, so who's gone home since last stream? Is it just Josh? Yeah, I think it is just Josh. Alright, here. The elimination winner chooses who the targets are from each era, 2 from each. The winners... Wait, the winning team... The winning team's targets are captains, and the losing team's targets go straight into elimination. The winning team captains then vote a target pair from one of the 2 remaining eras to go into elimination. I mean... I guess, like, in a way, it could be worse. I think the issue is the fact that, like, the Because, like, I think the interesting aspect of it is obviously the people that go into elimination you would assume would be people that are on the bottom. The issue is that you're essentially having it in a spot where, like, most of the cast knows they're safe. So they don't have as much incentive to really be doing much. So, like, if we're saying that, like, what, 8 people are up for elimination, there's 40 people on the cast. Well, to be fair, a lot of people went home right away, right? But still, it's like, I mean, like, you have at least 20 plus people, right? Just there, like, not, like, being in danger. I think that's kind of what's bad about the format. Mystery Man is still there. Khan's record is 7-2. Lost to Alyssa Lopez? Oh yeah, and yeah, when they were together. Okay. I think James Gio, something with Prime. Yeah, 17 months. Holy shit! Actually, that's kind of insane. Got to do a John vote. Yeah, when Icon John is. Yeah, I mean, Gems Contenders too. I mean, that's there's still good stuff on that season. I mean, like, I don't like that season personally as much as most other people. But there's still good stuff to come. You might be hitting a bit of a drought, though. Oh, cool. Best draft for challenge? I mean, like, whoever has Kylan and whoever has Jenny, probably. I don't even remember what the drafts was. I know I'm out. I know that's something. Okay, well, Julian has Kylan, Bananas, and Michelle, which is pretty thing. He has 3 people left. Like Luna's Car Maria, that's pretty good. Oh, I never updated this for Josh. By the way, not sure if we'll do a draft tonight. Just because in an ideal world, I would like to finish this game. But I do think if we do draft tonight, it'll probably be the A through Z winners at war, probably. But we'll see. Yeah, so took off Josh. Yeah, chat still has 2 people, which is funny. Yeah, Justin has Jenny and Rachel, which is pretty decent. I mean, Tosh is Tosh. I mean, like, I grew up watching Tosh 0.0, so, like, I feel like he's just the same, essentially, as he is on that show. Scenarios for BBCAN12 at this point? I mean, again, like, Todd's almost definitely gone, right? I think if Bailey wins final HOH, I think she takes Lexus. I think she wins, like, probably 6-1, maybe. Something like that. I think near unanimously. I think Anthony is probably a, like, hazy vote. And I think... Actually, that might be it, actually. I think everyone else just votes Bailey. Yeah, I think everyone else votes Bailey. So probably 6-1. Tosh was the best edging. I did find it funny that Tosh was, like, in the confessional and everything. And then Anthony Lexus. Like, I think Anthony more than likely takes Lexus. There's a shot he takes Bailey, and if he does, he loses, like, near unanimously. I think at best he gets Tola's vote. Because, like, at that point he's burning Lexus. I don't know if he'll get Lexus's vote after that. He definitely, again, not getting V. In that situation, I don't think getting Avery, not getting Kayla. Elijah is, like, up in the air, but still, I think, like, he very likely loses against Bailey. If he takes Lexus, which, again, if Lexus wins final HOH, I think she also takes Anthony. I think the only shot for taking Bailey is if Bailey and Lexus are in part 3, and through that makes them more incentivized to make a deal, but I think more than likely Lexus takes Anthony. And in that spot, I think it's interesting, because I think it really comes down to just how bitter the jury is. Not because I don't think Lexus played a good game, but more so just because, like, obviously, I think it really just comes down to how pro our Anthony people are. Bailey wins to get correct winner pick. I mean, again, I would be perfectly fine. Really, I'm perfectly fine with all 3 of these people winning. I actually really don't mind any of them winning personally. I mean, I think Bailey would be a very unique winner for BBCAN. And, like, I think the thing is that's tough for me is that I kind of like, I think my gut instinct is that, okay, I want Anthony to win because I think that's the, like, that would be what changes BB Can, like, history the most. Not necessarily history. BB Can, like, I think legacy-wise. Like, I think at that point, it's, again, a serious contender for, like, best player of all time. I think up there amongst the best North American players of all time. And I think that's, like, a really interesting aspect of it to me. But I also think Bailey winning would also be super satisfying. It being obviously a very different type of winner. Also, again, the first female winner since Paris. And I think that's the tough thing with Anthony is that, like, I kind of, like, I want there to be another woman winner. It's been so long. But it just feels tough when, like, someone played, like, as strong of a game as Anthony did. But also, like, Lexus, I'm perfectly fine with, too. I think Lexus, like, is probably being a bit, like, overshadowed by the jury. Because, like, a lot of the jury, when they're leaving the house, talk about how she's done nothing, which I don't agree with at all. Like, I think Lexus played a very, like, solid game considering the hand she was dealt. Where, again, she was dealt a pretty bad hand. I mean, like, to be fair, like, initially it was good in the sense that, okay, she's, like, roped into the Hot Chocolate Alliance and, like, all that stuff. But, like, the women never trusted her and, like, kicked her out right away for, like, no real reason. Which, like, you can criticize the, like, oh, okay, she got into showmans with Matt and that's their, like, reasoning for kicking her out, but, like, they were kicking her out before that. Like, literally, like, the first digital daily that we got before she got into any showmance was, like, all the women already being suspicious of Lexus. So it's, like, I look at Lexus very similarly to, like, Taylor, where, like, I do think there is a lot of impressiveness to, like, how she maneuvered the game, considering, like, the hand she's dealt. I think, obviously, like, Taylor, I think, like, was worse, but, like, still, I think there are similarities to be had there. Taylor's worse, as in, like, the treatment of her was worse. I should clarify. But, yeah, I think Lexus played a solid game. I think it's a solid season. Thinking Champs Returners 1 is better. That's pretty much my thoughts on it. Then it to go back to 80 days. I think it's near confirmed to be that. Or, like, again, we got the fall schedule. That's something we got since last stream. We got the fall schedule for CBS. No Big Brother in sight. So that very much implies that we're getting back to, like, BB23, BB24 schedule, which is around 85 days. And there's a shot of, like, a week shorter. There's a shot of, like, maybe a week longer. But, like, it seems like that's the ballpark we're going with. We're not having a fucking 100-day season again, thank fucking God. But, yeah. So, like, it'll be back in its, like, more normal time slot. Which I'm also, like, kind of worried about. Just because it's like, fuck me, dude. It's going to be so much when that comes around. But, whatever. Finish your final class for semester? And you have 4 months for summer. Holy shit. I mean, I've been out of school for so long now where, again, just remembering, like, the summer when in school and you having, like, months off is just so fucking insane. But, whatever. What Lexus do right this season? I think a lot. I think pivoting to Anthony and Tola and then, like, again, being involved in what in what Anthony was doing, where, like, she is, like, again, while I do think it was Anthony's plans that they enacted, again, she still had to enact a lot of it. Like, she's the one that actually had to, like, go up to, who was it, Avery, and, like, convince her that, or is it actually Victoria? Either way, convince them that, like, Kayla was coming after them. Had to go to Bailey and convince her that Victoria was also coming after her. It's like, there's some good stuff there. B25 was long only because of Rice Strike? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, probably early July. Chance of late June if they want a longer season, but I think early July makes sense. Yeah, that's also the thing. So, no Amazing Race this fall, which, thank God. But there will be one in the spring. So, fine. But yeah, the show after Survivor this fall will be The Summit, which I guess I'll try out. I mean, I don't I'm not gonna do a video on it or anything, but maybe I'll watch it. I have no thoughts on the Drake Kendrick beef. I could not give a shit. But yeah, what was the other thing? There's another thing from the schedule. Well, 90-minute episodes for Survivor confirmed for 47-48, which obviously I assume is just going to continue on. Then I mean, at this point, I mean, like, what else do they have? I think they might as well, right? To where, like, I would be shocked if this doesn't carry over to at least Survivor 50. Who I think will most likely win part 1 and part 2. I mean, like, part 1 is, like, typically, like, isn't it like a stacking sort of comp, typically? Like, it's a very, like, it's one that I don't think Anthony would do particularly well in. So, like, I think that one's, like, Lexus or Bailey. And then part 2 is typically similar to, like, the Final Four veto, right? Which, I believe, based on the dailies, we have reason to believe that, like, so obviously Lexus wins, but I believe Anthony did better than Bailey there. So I do think if Lexus wins part 1, I think Anthony has a good shot at part 2. Which that means, like, Bailey's pretty much out. While if Bailey wins part 1, then I think part 2 will be... Well, really, at that point, it's like, again, Bailey... Like, essentially, we're at the point where, like, I think Bailey needs to win, right? I think Bailey needs to win... either, like, I think she can get away with winning just one of part 1 and part 2, and then, like, trying to convince Anthony or Alexis to take her. But I think if she doesn't win any of these, I think she's completely fucked. I just don't think she has any leverage if she doesn't win any of these parts. Bet Alexis will find it interesting. Oh, the Drake Kendrick beef, sure. I bet she'll be invested on one side of it. Yeah, 37 is gonna be 90-minute episodes then. Because again, that's the point. It's gonna be in the spring next year after Survivor. It's gonna be the show paired up with Survivor. Bailey wins season. She's top 10 player. BB-CAN? Probably. She's up there. Like around there, I should say. Like she's hovering around like 8, 9, 10-ish. I'm too fair. Like Sarah, what I have Sarah at? Like 7, right? Like she's probably better than Sarah. Around there though. More bitter, Spicy V or Koozie? Definitely Spicy V. I think there's an argument. Like, is Spicy V gonna be like the most bitter juror in BB-CAN history? Like, I think there's a chance of that. Or, like, it's actually, like, kind of... like, listening to her exit press, she is so bitter. Like, to the point where, like, she's, like, convinced herself that she's not bitter. What does that even do? Oh, wait, what? That did... Okay, that doesn't heal me. Don't play everybody's golf? Imagine I played everybody's golf. I would have to install it, though. Carla for 43 is one of the most bitter New Era jurors? Possibly. I mean, also, like, New Era, just in general, like, typically doesn't have bitter juries. So, yeah, I would say Carla is probably up there, then. I got up to episode 24 in Quebec. So, like, I saw the rock trough. Which is so stupid. Like, legitimately, though. Like, could they have not... Like, this is, like, literally the most boring possible rock draw that could have happened. I think, it's actually, like, really disappointing because, like, the rock draw has been this, like, special thing in Survivor to me where, like, no rock draw is bad. I feel like we've had, like, nothing but, like, great rock draws. And then we get this one in Survivor Quebec, which is just such a nothing rock draw. Where, like, literally the entire tribe is, like, in cahoots of, like, okay, we're gonna, like, okay, we're gonna make it a tie. We're gonna, like, tell each other who to vote for to keep safe. It's like, what are we doing? The car turned the jury against Cassidy. I don't think she did. I think the jury was already leaning that way. If anything, I think Jesse and Cody turn the jury against Cassidy, if anything. Or I shouldn't even say turn against Cassidy, because I think it's more so, like, pro-Gabler. Or, like, I think, like, Jesse and Cody really propped up Gabler in the jury. Or, like, rewatching 43, that was, like, my big takeaway, is I do think a lot of the respect that Gabler has seems to come from the fact that Jesse and Cody are, like, propping him up on the jury. And talking about how, like, oh, they were in the Ride or Die Alliance, and, like, that seemed to be, like, the thing that convinced them. Is that, okay, like, at least Gabler was in this, like, alliance that ran the show throughout the mid-merge phase, while, like, Cassie and Owen were both, like, just kind of there. By the way, I finished 45. I finished my 45 rewatch this last stream, which I do have a lot of takeaways from. Even though, like, it's funny that, like, 45 this season, I remembered, like, beat by beat. I feel like there's no scene on the season that I, like, forgot about. Like, obviously it was just so recent, but, like, I think coming out of 45, like, I do think it's like, I think between Dee and Austin, I think I would be so close between the two. And, like, I would still vote D, because I think the final 6 rounds are, like, the decision makers, essentially. But I do think in retrospect, D's game is so messy. And, like, I think my opinion on D as a player has gone down, like, a decent chunk on the rewatch. Where, like, I think D, like, it just, like, I think D is, like, someone that's, like, naturally great at Survivor, but just has so many, like, holes in her game. Like, her entire, like, Sifu thing is, like, really dumb. Like, her trying to keep Sifu and all that, and that almost backfires on her, where, like, Sifu considered, like, splitting the vote on her at the merge, right? Where, like, she would have been, like, out of the game in that spot. Like, she also, like, really does not have, like, that much control over, like, how things play out in the mid-merge phase of the game. Like, it feels like a lot of that is more so, like, Drew and Austin. And again, like, she's benefited by the things that they're doing. But I do feel like they had more agency in that portion of the game. But again, I do think she plays, like, really, really well Final 7, Final 6. But then also she, like, gets extremely lucky at the Final 5. I mean, like, my opinion of Jam Jam's gone down, too. So it's like, I think I would still have D above Jam Jam. But I think both of them are lower than what I thought of them at the time their season's ending. What was the other takeaway? Well, I think Drew Basile, I'm at the point now where, like, I think Drew should 100% be on Survivor 50. Like, I think in retrospect, like, rewatching Survivor 45, I think Drew is, like, one of the best characters of the new era. Yeah, I think I kind of, like, slept on him a bit through the initial watch. For, like, I think Drew's great. Like, Jake is interesting because, like, I got rewatch. So I watched it through Laced Up Lauren's streams, and, like, it is funny how much Laced Up Lauren hates Jake, and, like, that was just such a weird opinion to me of her hating Jake throughout the season, because I still just genuinely feel bad for Jake throughout the season. Like, it's just a guy that, like, wants to play Survivor, and, like, just everything goes wrong for him at, like, every turn. And it's, like, it's funny how, like, she just, like, absolutely hates his guts at every single, like, time. And, like, she fucking, like, loved D to, like, a ridiculous degree. And, like, that, like, is definitely a reason why, but still. Yeah, Gervais. Yeah, my favorite player, Gervais. How much would I like to bet the summit will be canceled after one season? I think, like, a lot. Like, 1,000,000,000%. I doubt it will be canceled midway through, because, like, at the end of the day, it's still a show that's, like, meant to fill up the time after Survivor. I don't think they really care that much about how the show itself does. So we're like, I don't think it'll be a situation where, like, again, if it completely bombs, then, like, I don't think they're going to take it off air, like, midway through. They're going to let it finish, because the point is just to finish up the time slot. But yeah, like, they're not going to renew it, though, if it does terrible. Did you hate that Jake won fire making? She was rooting for Katura. But yeah, like, she hated Jake. Hated Bruce, obviously. That's to be expected from Laced Up Lauren. Loved Dee, loved Austin. Hated Emily to begin with. Liked her at the end. Why did Dee hate Jake? I don't think Dee hated Jake. I don't think Dee necessarily I don't love Jake on the island either, but Dee doesn't hate Jake. Oh, I'm talking about Laced Up Lauren, which is a streamer that watches Survivor. But yeah, so I was gonna plan on watching. So she started watching AU 2016. I'll probably watch that at some point. I'm gonna take a break to watch Physical 100. Which I watched the premiere. Which I don't have that much to say about it. It's they're essentially just doing the same thing, just slightly different, which is fine. But yeah, again, it's essentially just the same, just the game to the side. The placements is fucking a treadmill instead of hanging on to a thing for however long. Reaction shot in the dark play. Oh, that's also the thing. She didn't like Caleb either, which was also very strange to me. We're how is she not like Caleb? But yeah, obviously she thought that was a good moment. That's a bone stock returning. I mean, cool, fine. Straight up, I did not remember that he went out. When they showed him come back and oh, I got eliminated at the first death match. It's I had no memory. I could have sworn he made it further. Who'd she like? Yeah, she liked Dee. She liked Austin. She liked Emily by the end. She liked Katura. She's fine with Julie. Fine with Kelly. And the thing about Laced Up Lauren, again, the thing you learn about Laced Up Lauren, she likes hot people. That's essentially Laced Up Lauren's view of Survivor. We're 100%. That's 1,000,000,000% why she likes Dee. I think that's literally pretty much the only reason she likes Dee, because she liked Dee from the very beginning simply because she's hot. I guess not hot enough. Jim Lynch for 50, why not? Favorite season Ghost Island. I mean, I don't think she liked Ghost Island that much. Her favorite season, I think, she talked about she loved 44. She liked 45 by the end of it too, but I know she's talking about how 44 is one of the best seasons. Do I remember anyone from here? No one by name. I remember I know of people, but I don't know anyone's name on it. Big Bang Theory about 46. All this rock talk from Ben could be foreshadowing. I don't know. I mean, Ben just talks like that though. Even in his preseason interview, he just constantly made rock references. They're I don't know. That's not really foreshadowing. 44 has become the BB16 of Survivor. Yeah, kind of. Third placers. Who are they? So we got Xander. I think Xander's better than Romeo. They're both better than Owen. Carolyn or Xander? I would say Carolyn above Xander, I think. Then Jake. Oh my god, dude, these are so bad. Dude, the third places are so bad in New Era. What the fuck? Yeah, Jake's what? Above Owen. Actually, I don't know. Is he actually above Owen? I think even that's a debate. I don't even know. Who is better? I think I'd go below. It's when was Jake ever in an actual majority group? Where at least Owen again was in the majority in the end game. He also had allies in the mid game. Where with Jake, it's he's really just hanging on by a thread for a lot of the game. His own Bellow people didn't want to keep him. Bruce turns on him. So yeah, I think Jake might be worse. Actually, no, that's actually I think Jake had more potential pre-merge than Owen. Well, the thing about Owen is that Owen was like always on the bottom of Baka. Like obviously Gabler was there as like a buffer for him, but like the women I've talked about, like they would have sided with Sammy over Owen if given the chance. And obviously, yeah, like does that mean like so? But would the guys come together and take out the women? But also like Owen himself has said that he was more loyal to Ellie and Janine when they weren't loyal to him. So it's like it's kind of a fuck situation. Xander, Carolyn. Yeah, Carolyn's first, Xander second. Which you have Carolyn's the best third placer. Again, like, that's not great. I like Carolyn, but like, I don't think Carolyn. Like, I think Carolyn's like game is like vastly overrated. Cody for 50. I mean, you're gonna get your wish. So. Andre Jin. Who the fuck is Andre Jin? I don't know who that person is. Like, I assume for Physical 100, but I don't know who that is. Is Liz season 0 finals? Oh yeah, I've been thinking about this too. I think she is. I think that's what my guess would be. So again, I've been rewatching. So I'm working on the Survivor review now. I've written up to episode 2. I've recorded episode 1. But so like I've rewatched like bits and pieces of the first 2 episodes, and through that, like Liz is like not that invisible. Like I think it's like it's funny because like Liz obviously gets like very under-edited, but like Liz is like a very like she's there for both of those episodes. Mind you, she gets like negative content. But like it's not like she's like invisible there. To where again, like for me, that was like kind of one of the criticisms of Liz being a third, or like a losing finalist and stuff, is that like, well, she's not getting a big enough edit to get that, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. Yeah, it's like so like in the premiere, she talks about like, oh, I own 4 businesses, I sold 2 of them, I'm rich, whatever, and Tevin gets the confessional of like, oh, did she even know Survivor started already, and like whatever. And then episode 2 is the most random one, where like we just like out of the blue get this like segment of what was it? It was Tevin and Liz talking, but then we just randomly get a confession from Randon just out of the blue saying that like he doesn't get what Liz is thinking. Like that just like has like almost no relevance to anything outside of just explaining why he wouldn't work with Liz. Like that's a very strange like thing that's there, but yeah, I think Liz, I'm more on Liz being losing finalist at this point. And also something through watching, actually, that was the other thing. That was the other thing through watching 45. Through watching 45, I'm thinking like, is there a shot Charlie is the losing finalist? Is there a shot that Charlie is like the Austin of the season? Because I think through rewatching 45, like Austin's edit feels very similar to Charlie's, like in the style of content that they get, and like how like it's obviously like integral to the season. It is like they're the ones that are like kind of like running the season, or like in a like very strong position, like again getting to articulate their moves, but like just have no like real like substance to their edits. Like I feel like through watching like Austin, it very much did remind me of how I'd look at Charlie, which is like weird because again I never thought of Austin as like a losing finalist last season. Like I never expected him to get to the end last season. I always thought he would be like what, fire making loser, maybe like 5th place, 6th place, but I never thought he was gonna be runner up. And I'm thinking like, is that like what I'm like, is that like is that how I should be looking at Charlie now? Andre James, half Korean, half Caucasian guy? Which guy is this? Oh, wait, he was like the second guy to enter, wasn't he? Or something like that? Yeah, still, barely remember him. Makes more sense than Maria. Like, the thing is, I think Maria's, like, edit... Like, okay, this is also the thing I've thought about since the last episode. That, like, makes me think, like, yeah, maybe it is Charlie and not Maria in the final 3. Because it's like, Maria, again, like, made the move to get out Tiffany, gets credit for the move to get rid of Tiffany. in a position where, like, the previous episode, she is saying that, like, oh, Kenzie wants to make this move good because they'll make her a big target. It's like, okay, Kenzie doesn't go through with the move, so she doesn't get the negative ramifications of that. But Maria makes the move. Like, is this implying that Maria becomes a big target because she makes this move? To where I think that is something that's on my mind now. Like, what if it's not Maria and what if it's Charlie that's, like, losing finalists? And that Maria is probably, like 5th, 6th place. Like, getting taken out is, like, a big threat in the game. Malcolm, I mean, again, like, I think that's such a loose comparison where, like, I don't think it's good. Because that would also mean Maria is the winner. Like, I don't think Maria's winning. I think it's simply a thing that they mentioned because, hey, it's an old woman and a younger guy that are working together. I don't think it's supposed to be this, like, direct parallel of, like, the entire season. So again, even with, like, Dee and Austin, when that happened in last season, was like comparing them to Amber and Basarab, that was, like, at the tail end of the season. Like, this was at the very beginning of the season. I don't think it's supposed to be this thing that you're supposed to be remembering throughout the entire course of the season. Yeah, I would have Malcolm. Maybe Malcolm won. Would I have Malcolm won or Lisa won? I think I would debate Malcolm or Lisa for 1 and 2, and then Denise 3. When's Venus being voted out? That's why I'm not sure about. Yeah, I think Q's out next episode, unless he wins immunity or finds an idol or something like that. I think Q's out. The thing is, like, Venus is, like, just an expendable number, right? In this situation, like, actually, truth be told, like, within the game, I think you should be getting rid of Venus. Like, if you're, like, one of the, like, bigger players, I think the move is get rid of Venus. Because all Venus is doing is hogging up a spot at the end. Like, you already have too many of those people. You have Venus, you have Q, you have Liz. Like, you just have too many people right now that are, like, people that are going to get to the end and, like, be these, like, goats that people want to take further. It's like, you need to get rid of these people at some point. Again, it needs to be like the Abby Maria situation, 31. Where, like, something's got to give. So, like, I do think, like, the move is to get rid of one of these, like, big goats at this point. Why would Charlie get 3rd place and lose the game? Why did Austin get 3rd place and lose the game? Again, like, only one person can win. Like, I do think we're, like, we'll have to see how the rest of the game plays out, but I do think we're in a spot, though, where, like, I think Maria is getting a lot of the credit for the duo. Where I do wonder, like, is Charlie going to get to the end and just, like, not get that credit? Or does, like, Kenzie, like, make some big moves? I don't know. Let's see. It's 7, your goal is to get to 3. Venus is not a threat. I mean, exactly. That's the point. That Venus is not a threat. Again, if you are a threat, you should be getting rid of the people that are not threats. Again, if you are Charlie and Maria in particular, I think the move is get rid of, like, actually, the move should be like 1,000,000,000% Venus. Actually, now I think about it, from Charlie and Maria's point of view, like, there's, like, no other move for them. Because, like, why really go for anybody else? Like, you have working relations with literally everybody else. Venus is also, again, someone that's clogging up the end game. Like, I think if you're Maria and Charlie, like, why go for anybody but Venus? Like, you have a connection with Q. Yeah, like, actually, now I think about it, it's like, yeah, that should be the move. To go for Venus. Liz, Venus, Q, Final Tribal. I think it might be Liz. Or maybe Venus. I don't know. I don't think it's Q. But I think maybe Liz. Like, I think if we're getting the Final Tribal and, like, thinking about how they'll speak at Final Tribal, I think it'll be Liz. Because like I think the thing about Venus is that like I think Venus is gonna take credit for things that she didn't do, and that's gonna like burn her respect from the jury. Where like I feel like Liz is gonna have a more rational speech. When's 47 filming? Soon. If not already? No, probably not, right? Like probably this week, right? Should be soon. I found it crazy how every pre-match from 43-44 had a female vote out outside Geo. That is actually insane. And also a very bad look. How's it been in the recent seasons? So like Brandon got voted out. And Brando. Fuck me, Brando. What am I, fucking Emily? Yeah, Brando. And then 45. Oh, and Sean, actually. I forgot about Sean, too. Yeah, so I guess it's always... Yeah, it was a lot of men. In 45. 46, it was, what, Jelinski? Then you had Banu. And Randy got medically evacuated, so that was whatever. But anyway, yeah. It's definitely been better now. Yeah, I 100% think if Venus does get to the end, she's 100% trying to take credit for the soda move. Like, I know about Jess, but Jess isn't a woman, or isn't a guy. Like, I'm specifically talking about the guys that got voted out in the pre-merge. 44, only women were voted out, and 2 guys. Yeah, that's what I assumed. It's obviously Bruce and Matthew. What is this list of people? Dude, I'm not fucking... Okay, nah. This would take just way too fucking long. Like, even, like, last stream when we fucking went through the... Like, that took way too fucking long. Yeah, 39 craziest people. Is Linda Spencer really one of the craziest people? Like, she's definitely, like, a bit out there. But I don't know if she's, like... 39 craziest people to ever be on Survivor. 44 or 43, 44 are sexist? Pretty much. Why not? Is Venus delusional? I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that's undeniable. I'm debating over how harsh to go on Venus in my review. Because, like, at the end of the day, I do like Venus, but, like, she's also, like, oh, she is delusional. Oh, which is, like, I don't know, I'm debating on, like, should I, like, really dig into her, or what, but, and the thing is, like, I do, like, there are points, like, up to the point in the review that I'm at, I do genuinely feel bad for her. I do think there are, like the way that, like, Tevin and, like, Soda treat her, and, like, her, like, feeling like she's not worth being talked to and stuff. Like, again, I do feel bad for her there. But, again, like, I think down the road I'll definitely have a lot to criticize. Tour turned on Carolyn so hard. Is this the pre-gaming thing? Yeah, I saw this. Where, yeah, like, Russell, Carolyn, and Carolyn are, I guess, doing a video call, whatever. So, thank God. Also, really funny that, like, is this Russell assuming he's going to be on 50? To drag me on Twitter? Well, that'll be funny, actually. I think that would actually make it better. I do remember Danny's De Niro face, and I wish I didn't. Do I think wait, do I think... wait, no. Wait, I just, like, mixed up 2 fucking things. Oh, yeah, anyway. Do I think 50 will have more than 4 people from a season? No, I don't. I think it will have 4 people from specific seasons, but not more, no. The thing is, I think it'll probably have 4 people from 47 or 48. I think it's very likely. I will say, actually, this is another thing. Jeff, there was a Jeff interview that came out since last stream. That was a little interesting. I mean, like, not, like, nothing too special, but, like, it did have Jeff, like, saying that he's looking at this as, like, a celebration of the show, which I think is an interesting way to describe it. And and through that, like it implies to me that we might see a little bit more old schoolers than I was expecting. And like I doubt we'll see like, I don't know, like Sean Rector or something like that. But like, I don't know, maybe like, I don't know, maybe like a Jerry. No, probably not though, but still, I don't know. Like, I think maybe there could be like some old schoolers in the casting pool. Even though it probably won't be the people that most people actually want to see. Carson daring to show his face. I mean, he's gonna be showing a lot when he gets on Survivor 50. Funny 47. Actually, that would be funny. That'd be funny that like, they fucking film 47, 48, 49, just like fucking hate all those seasons, and like none of them make the cast. I could not give a shit about fucking Stanley Cup or NASCAR. Is the 4-person rule actually a thing? What are we saying? Like that 4-person from any like there can't be more than 4 returnees from any season? I don't think it's really a thing. I think it is like I don't think it's like a thing of like, okay, in like casting they're saying, oh, we can't have more than 4 people from this cast, but like I think it's a thing when just looking at like the game logistically that you don't want that many people from the same cast, is that would allow them to just work together. So I think it's like more of a logistical thing than it is a like a set rule that they have like put in place. I think production definitely wants Carson back. Like, I think 1,000,000,000% they want Carson back. YouTube started promoting my BB22 preseason coverage when why? That's fucking random. Okay. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna see this. What happens if I click on my 50 video? Like, what do I get on my, I get, Talking 46 of Drew Brazil from RGP. Which I listened to most of that podcast. It was pretty good. I got my Assassin's Creed series ranking. I get Survivor players ejected from challenges from Idled Out. I got my BBCAN12 retrospective. My Survivor Who Did I Vote For. I got my VOD from the last stream. I got History of Survivor confessional counts. Anyway, yeah. I mean, like, obviously, it really just comes down to like the algorithm, right? And like what you've watched in the past and how that like affects what YouTube recommends to you and everything. Before Winners at War, Tony or Russell Hantz? Still Tony. But it would not be like, I think it would not be that far apart though. Now obviously it's really far apart. Frankie confirmed for Traders? Grande? I'm not opposed to that, to be honest. Even though Gamer is. I don't understand why part of it is niche on the Heroes Tribe. Neither do I. I genuinely don't understand. Like, I don't understand, like really she's neither is the thing. Like, she is definitely more of a villain than she is a hero, but like, yeah, it is questionable that she was on the Heroes Tribe. But also, again, it's questionable that Candace is on the Heroes Tribe. It's like, the thing is, like, neither of them make sense. I'm gonna do a state of 47, 48. I'm gonna do the cast reaction, and then, yeah, like, state of or what do I call? I don't remember what I call those videos, but yeah, I'll do it after 48. After 48 films, and we get the cast. What do I call those videos? I genuinely don't remember anymore. Sorry, 45 plus 46 cast reaction. Wait, no, 45. Wait, sorry, 45 and 46 cast reaction plus thoughts on the current state of Survivor. Yeah, I'll still do it. You hear a noise? What noise? Do I find the swap mechanic twist shit? I'm actually like interested in it. Or like, what was it? Was essentially just a schoolyard pick, but then they have the the one person getting to pick someone to swap over, right? Which, like, I'm actually not opposed to that. I think that's something I actually kind of wish was in Survivor US a bit. And again, that's what Brando assumed that he had in 45, but like didn't get to play it. Um, but yeah, I think there is like an interesting thing to do with that, and like having like someone be able to like make a swap on the swap tribe to make it like I get less likely that you get swap screwed or whatever, or kind of like again just change up dynamics in that way to where someone has an out to being swap screwed. I think that's kind of interesting. She plays a villain in confessionals, but doesn't do anything too villainous. Yeah, I mean, especially because like she doesn't like she's not like involved. Like really, it's like really like Suri is like more of a villain than Parvati is on the show, right? Actually, I want to look this up. I actually haven't thought about this. How's her Micronesia edit edgic wise? Because I don't feel like she got a negative edit, right? In terms of like like a negative tone, I don't think she did. She did in here as villains, I know. But yeah, she's just straight CP. Well, she got 2 CPNs though. Yeah, she has more CPNs than CPPs. She only has 1 CPP, and that's the Alexis Boot episode. Which I don't even remember what the P is. But yeah, like the negative, yeah, I remember the Eliza stuff, and that makes sense. She also has CPN during the Aussie boots. Oh, it's the going back on her word with Jason. Is that what it is? Is that what the negativity is? But like, it's still not enough to like taint her edit to where like you would come out of it being like, oh, she's definitely a villain. Yeah, like Suri. Actually, to be fair, I thought Suri had more negativity, but like Suri has like 2 mixed episodes, 2 negative episodes, 2 positive episodes. It's kind of all over the board. But then again, like her Panama edit's definitely a lot more positive, if I remember right. Yeah, she has a CPP Panama edit, so I guess she is like enough to be a hero, I guess. Never gotten the message. I mean, like, if I wanted to, I'm sure I could have. I don't really care to. Like, I know, like, Survivor players have, like, commented on my videos, some watch my videos, that sort of thing. But I don't really care to actually, like, talk to any Survivor players. Similar to diplomatic immunity? Yeah, pretty much. I forget exactly the mechanics around diplomatic immunity. I think it was diplomatic immunity was like after your tribe lost a challenge, you could swap over, right? Is that what it was? But anyway, yeah, it is very similar. Just the timing of this is a little bit different, where like it's a choice that you have to make at the time the swap happens. Would I go to the Bryce and Ben? Would I go to the Bryce and Wen events? Probably not. I don't really care. Like, if they were near me, I wouldn't, like, be opposed to it necessarily, but I'm not, like, dying to go. But I don't think there has been one that's near me anyway. Who shows up at the Bryson Wen events anyway? Well, I guess it's, like, different people depending on the location, right? Like, I doubt there's, like, people touring with them. But, yeah, I'm just, like, looking at their Instagram. It's just funny they have an Instagram together. What a random grouping of people. I'm seeing like a photo here of who is this? It's them with Austin from 45, Big D from BB23, Taylor Hale, Andy Heron. Who are these other people? Matt Hoffman is there. Q is there. Is that Chatia? Yeah, like this is the most like random fucking grouping of people. It'll be the finale in New York. Well, that's cool. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of people in New York, right? Who I think had the best pre-merge game in the new era? I haven't thought about that, and actually, that's something I wanted to do. I wanted to like do some sort of ranking of like the best pre-merge games, which might be for like the next batch of videos. But of the new era, like who's in contention? So like I think Shan, but like I think the argument against Shan is that she takes out a lot of her own allies. I think you could argue Evie, but also Evie, like by the end of the pre-merge, like already is starting to lose Liana. Would you even consider anyone on Luvu, considering they never go to tribal? Queen Jenny. I think if we're talking about like people booted in the pre-merge, I think she would be in consideration. Jelani from Amazing Race showed up recently. Good for him. My favorite racer ever. Big D better not return to Big Brother again. I mean, I would be surprised. Not impossible, but like I would be surprised. Sean. Like if we're talking about like people booted, like I think Sean and Jenny are probably. No, actually no. I think not Sean. Well, I think the thing about Sean is that like yeah, he was still on the bottom of Luvu and had to be saved by a swap that doesn't happen on like any other New Era season. But Jenny's up there. Like I think Jenny still has like an issue in the fact that like she still is the one being targeted from the opposition, but like it's still like not like a major issue, like because like she's still screwed over. Carla's a consideration. Yeah, I mean, I think she makes a bad move though. In getting rid of Geo, but yeah, I would agree that she would at least be in consideration. I would say Jesse and Cody would be in consideration. Jesse in particular, I think Jesse's better than Cody in the pre-merge. I think the qualm would be that like if they went to a tribal again, what would happen? We're like I actually don't know. Actually, yeah, what happens? Actually, I never even thought about this. Yeah, what happens on oh my god, why can't I remember the name? Vessi, right? Was it Vessi? Anyway, what happens on that tribe to go to tribal again? I never actually thought about that. Actually, no, they lose, don't they? Because of didn't Noel have like a steal a vote or whatever? So yeah, they're probably fucked. Mind you, it's probably Cody that goes, but still. I never thought about that actually. They weren't in that great of a spot in the pre-merge. Yeah, I don't think anyone from Baka would be in consideration. 44, no one's like screaming out there. And 45, I think Austin would be. Well, Austin and Drew, I guess. More so, I think Austin I would have higher than Drew. Because like Austin was the one that really get Emily in line. So what does that mean? What I feel like I just went through all these, but then I just like didn't even like get a proper answer. Oh yeah, actually Carson would be. Yeah, I kind of forgot about Carson. Yeah, Carson. Actually, maybe the answer is Carson. Yeah, I think maybe. So like, I think the considerations are what Carson, Carla, Shan, Austin. I think actually I would go Carson, actually, now I think about it. Because especially if we're taking into consideration how their games are set up coming into the merge. Yeah, I think Carson actually is the number one. Because at that point he has the most, like, he has the most for him coming into the merge, where he has his original Tika group. He also has, like, now infiltrated the Ratus. So, like, he's coming into the merge with, like, a lot of numbers there. If Carson doesn't get swapped and Matthew doesn't get medevaced, what happens that episode? So, like, are we saying that there's no swap at all? Like, if there's no swap at all, then... So at that point, it would be, like, Tika going to travel twice, right? Actually, that would have been interesting, actually. Like, if there's no swap at all... So, like, Sarah goes the first one still. Like, that's easy. But then, like, if we're going to another tribal and it's just a Tika 3 there, I think Jam Jam goes. Not because, like, I think it would be Jam Jam and Carson voting Carolyn, but Carolyn has an idol. So, like, unless they're able to, like, trick Carolyn to not playing her idol, which would be pretty insane, like, I think Jam Jam goes there. But that would have been an insane vote if they had to do it. Reba 4, Tika 3, it depends on what we're assessing. I think what Tika 3 did is probably more, like, impressive. Well, like, I think the thing about Reba is that, like, again, they obviously, like, split by a final 6, or really final 7. Like, they didn't really, like, stay true the entire time. While also, it's like, I feel like with Reba, it's like, I don't know how important certain members, like, I don't think everybody, like actually, really, I think in retrospect, is D the, like, least integral number in the Reba 4? In terms of the one that, like, does the least for, like, the success of the Rebas. Which, to be fair, again, she's probably the one that's most benefited by the Reba power structure staying intact. But, like, I also feel like she probably does the least to actually keep it together. Because, like, we have, like, I think the big contribute, like, the thing that D contributes to it all is, like, bringing Katura. But, like, we have, like, Drew and Austin, who, like, we see being, like, the main, like, strategist for the group, for, like, at least the first few votes. I think by the time the Kendra vote, like, I think that's when we'll give a bit more to D. But, like, I think, like, the biggest move that Alliance makes is the Kendra, or is the Kelly move, and that's, like, 100% Drew and Austin. And, like, they also, like, brought in Emily. I think they were, like, the bigger players within the group. Like, Julie had a better relationship with a lot of the outsiders that, like, made it seem like they weren't together. Where, like, Julie was able to convince, like, Bruce and, like, Kendra and, like, all these people that, like, she wasn't with the Reba before because, like, she was on the bottom of them and everything. It's like, I think that played a major reason to why they weren't ever targeted, because they never looked at them as, like, an actual group that was together. Towards, like, in retrospect, it's like, what does D really do for the Alliance? Like, I do think she's probably, like, the least important. Even though, again, I think she's the benefit the most from keeping it together. Tika 3, even if you add the 4th best Reba 4, still would win. I mean, like, again, what are we assessing, I think is the thing. Like, are we assessing, like, their, like, them as an alliance and how effective they are? Are we talking about the individual members within them? Are we talking about, and also are we talking about, like, the games that they played, like the individual members played? Because I think all those have, like, pretty different answers. D is the glue. I think D is the glue between Austin and Julie. And then, like, Austin is the glue between Austin and Julie and Drew. They say Austin, Drew, D, and Julie. I meant and Drew. Anyway. Most unlikable cast, be 15 or 21. As a whole, probably 15. Because I think 21 has some likable figures. It's just the problem is that the people that run the show, like, a lot of it are the unlikable people. But, like, I don't think 15 really even has anyone that's that likable. Or, like, even Andy, who plays, like, an extremely dominant game, he's not particularly likable. Again, Amanda's not particularly likable. McCrae's not particularly likable. Like, who is likable on 15? Like, I don't think anyone is likable on 15. Like, even Alyssa, like, very passive. Oh, okay, maybe Helen. Yeah, Helen, maybe. Judd is fine. I like Jessica Kowalski, but that's maybe for other reasons. Okay, yeah, Howard and Candace. Yeah, I guess so. But like, I feel like with 21 though, it's like you still had the like Cliff and Nicole. You had like, Tommy wasn't that bad. I liked Obi. David Alexander was good on that season. Maybe it is a bit more like comparable than I was thinking, but. Tommy's annoying. I didn't find him annoying, personally. I get why people would look at him as annoying, but I didn't find him annoying. First place in Worlds Apart? I don't know anymore. Because... I don't know. I would probably still put Rodney, I think. As, like, on the actual player ranking. But, yeah, like, I think it's tough. I think it's a tough one. Yeah, because I think, like, the entire top 5, taking out Will, I think could all be in consideration. Where I think they all have, like, reasons why they could be number 1. But yeah, I think I would go Rodney. Sierra 2... I think it's tough because it depends on, like... Can she win? Which isn't, like, really, like, secure. Coming from the challenge is hot. I mean, yeah. I assume that's a thing that people would agree with. Tyler 5, probably, yeah. I think the top 4, yeah, it's Rodney, Sierra, Mike, Carolyn. I just, like, the order is a bit, like, yeah, just really up there. Only knock for Mike is they either went. Oh yeah, obviously. I think that is obviously the big knock for Mike. I think for me though, I think that makes like Mike's winning out more impressive than like say like Ben is the fact that I think Mike really controls a lot of the end game despite the fact that he wins out. It's like yeah, he's in a spot where like he gets voted out if he doesn't win comps, but he's also in a spot where like when he does win those comps, he's able to control what ends up happening. So like it's kind of this like tough like dichotomy there, where like it's not like Ben, where like when Ben wins or like finds out or whatever, he like gets no actual power with that. He simply is just like a person voting in the minority while like the other people like decide who goes home. Like Mike is essentially like not necessarily the decision. Like I would say he's the decision maker when Sierra goes home. Obviously, he's what causes the fire making at 4. The Dan boot is also one where, like, again, he, like, tells Carolyn to play her idol, that sort of thing. The previous one, Tyler, is also one where, like, he's able to get, like, Carolyn and Sierra to vote with him to take out Tyler. Like, he's still doing things. So again, like it's still not as good as like someone that didn't need to win out and still was doing those things. But I still think like I still think there is some like impressiveness to like how he was still able to like control parts of the game despite the fact that he was also like dead man walking in the game. Would Joe actually be 7? I don't know if I would have Joe 7. But yeah, also I don't know. Maybe he would. He would probably be above both Jen and Haley at least. Yeah, I guess he would be above Shireen. Would he be above Will? I don't think he would be above Will. Thing is, I think Joe's Worlds Apart game is actually pretty good. For, like, considering he was, like, a 10th placer or whatever. Like, I think a lot of people, like, talk about how, like, oh, Joe was always a bad player. It's like, I think his Worlds Apart game, like, actually showed a lot of potential. And then we got to Cambodia, where like even Cambodia's like not entirely bad, even though he has like the streak for like longest in the game without ever being in danger. It's like he still like wasn't going home anyway in those spots. But yeah, I do think like the tail end of his game's pretty bad, where he just seems like so aloof to what's going on. But Edge of Extinction is where I'm like, okay, yeah, he really just did nothing. What have we seen out of Final Four Trivia Immunity Challenge? What would that mean though? Like, would it just be like, what if like no one had immunity at Final Four? Because I think that might be more like doable. The Final Four like trivia, like just trying to piece together, like, okay, would this person win in trivia against the jury and stuff? It's like, I don't know, that's not that interesting. But like talking about like, what if no one had immunity at 4? But also like, how is that? Well, I guess you would still just do a vote after fire making, right? Kelly Remington. Oh, I forgot about Kelly Remington. Maybe she would be higher than Joe. Do I think Cody from Amazing Race 30 could win any season Amazing Race? He probably could win a lot, right? Where I think Cody is probably like one of the best like individual racers in Amazing Race history. I think if you pair him up with like a very good partner, then like I think they would be like near unstoppable, right? Oh, people that say that like Joe Shumba and Cambodia are insane. Like, Joe was, like, the second most popular player at that point. Like, I would not be shocked if, like, if we got the results of the fan vote, and, like, Joe is number 2 to Spencer. Like, I think that is 100% what it was. Is that Spencer got number 1, Joe was number 2. Yeah, if you say that, like, Joe shouldn't have been on Cambodia, as in, like, he wasn't popular at the time, that's insane. After Joe goes, Mike becomes Joe in his allies position. Yeah. That's why like taking out Joe was like a questionable move for Mike. I do wonder, like, is Mike like the I don't know, like kind of what started this notion of that you need to keep a shield around. Like the fact that Mike gets rid of Joe and then needs to win out following that. Where obviously like the following season in Cambodia is where we get like Jeremy openly talk about needing meat shields and everything, which like obviously is like taking like inspiration from his original game. But I do wonder if like him watching Mike on Worlds Apart also played a factor into that, which obviously just the general like notion of it is not like it's been around for forever, but just like obviously that's when it became like articulated on the show. Love fresh meat style Amazing Race season. Oh, that's what you mean? Yeah, like a former contestant with a new partner. That'd be kind of cool, actually. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Push on BBCAN12 welcome? I don't know. Because I think at this point, Anthony... Like, if Bailey gets the end, she wins. But again, Anthony and Lex is the most likely final 2, and I think that's one that's, like, very up for grabs. If I'm betting on one person right now, I think I would bet on Anthony. Just because, like, Anthony, like, has very good odds of making it to the end. Like, really, like, statistically, I think the odds should be with Lexus, realistically. Because I think Lexus is pretty much guaranteed final 2 at this point. And again, I think there's at least a shot where she beats Anthony. But, like, my gut says Anthony. But, again, like, Bailey's just, like, such a clear winner if she gets to the end, though. And even that, again, I could see a world where Lexus beats Anthony, for sure. Or Nadia, worst 4th placers. I mean, yeah. I think by quite a bit if I were to ever actually bother ranking them, which I never will, but yeah. Victor was partner of Paul. They would win the Amazing Race 31. They probably would have done very well, right? I assume Paul would do well in the Amazing Race. Always wanted to see Paul and Josh on Amazing Race. I think that was definitely a missed opportunity. Horacio hiked up a massive mountain in Portugal. Why? Why did he do that? Horacio also do very well in Amazing Race, right? Like, really, for people like that, I feel like it comes down to, like, how good are they at navigation? Because, like, I think when it comes to the tasks, they would dominate, like, most of them, right? Or, like, I think Horacio would essentially be, like, Juan and Shane on this season. So, like, they get to a task and they just, like, pretty much demolish it right away. The question is, like, how good would he be at, like, navigating? Josh 44, Josh San Juan del Sur. I mean, player or character? Player, like, San Juan del Sur by a lot. Character, I would say Josh 44. Wait, this is a lot of fights in a row, isn't it? Oh, you know, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I buy shit right before this? I'm fucking dumb. Because now I have, like, no... Yeah, I have nothing to heal myself. Well, at least not much. Sushinito Fishback robbed? 100%. Which, like, what was going on at the time? It was like Fishback was getting married, right? Was that what it was? That's why they turned it down? But, yeah, that's definitely underwhelming that we didn't get that. Horacio in a race for Amazing Race? I wouldn't mind that. Not happening, because, like, I don't think the challenge is, like, kind of on their radar of people to cast from, but, yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Where again, I think they would do very well, right? Steven JT for Amazing Race, eh. Imagine Mike White on a Jeff Probst. That would be insane. Imagine, like, Mike White gets on Amazing Race again, but then his partner is, like, Alec Merlino. Like, imagine how fucking random that would be. Coach and Tyson, that'd be great. Coach and Tyson. I forgot, weren't they... Wasn't Coach called at least? I feel like I remember Coach being called. But that could just be me, like remembering something that didn't happen. Courtney and Sandra, they would be, like, first foods. Why are Keith and Whitney on Amazing Race? What a question. Why, like, legitimately, why were they? Like, who the fuck cast them? Like, who was, like looking through, like, couples in Survivor history and was like, you know what? Keith and Whitney is the couple that we need. Like, it's such a strange choice, right? Like, considering that, like, both of them had, like, purple edits on Survivor. It's like, why would you end up bringing them to Amazing Race? Does Dear Liz have Abby Maria edit? I'm probably Venus is more of... Actually, I don't know. It's not, but, like, I think... Like, I think the thing is that, like, people aren't edited like Abby Maria nowadays. Like, that just doesn't happen. Where, like, you're just, like, this very over-the-top negative, like, portrayal. Like, yeah, Abby Maria was on the show now. Like, she would get, like, a personal segment about, like her struggles of, like, coming from Brazil and, like, how, like, that affects, like, how she plays the game and, like, all that stuff. Like, I feel like there would be a lot more, like, sympathetic content there. And, like, to be fair, in that, like, I do think Venus is getting that style of edit, of, like, what I expect Abby Maria to get if she were to play in the modern day. Mr. 25 was 3 years later. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even, like, right after. That isn't saying it was 3 years later, though. Like, that, for some reason, just, like, messes with my mind timeline-wise. Mike White and Tyler Perry. Oh, yeah. Good ideas versus bad ideas? I mean, debatable. I mean, the entire new era is Mike White's kind of idea. To be fair, it's not his idea. It was more so like Mike White said, hey, fire tokens aren't fun. That led to Jeff going on a fucking rabbit hole. Imagine that's what 50 is. Imagine 50 is like the original plot, like the initial plan for 41. Rank Ozzy's games. We've done this in the past, but what was it? I mean, like, probably Cook Islands 1 just because, like, he almost wins. Micronesia or South Pacific, or South Pacific. Like South Pacific's weird because like he almost wins, but he really shouldn't have. Like he only almost wins because of not Edge, Redemption Island. So I think that's a tough one to rank. I would say Micronesia above Game Changers. And then it's just a question at that point: is South Pacific better or worse than both of them? Because I think those two are like kind of tied together. And my gut would say worse, just because like yeah, he was like on the outside to pre-merge. He would have been the second boot after the merge had not been for Redemption Island. What was the original plan for 41? Fire tokens. It was gonna be like the entire game was gonna be fire token focused. There's gonna be and Rick Devens is gonna show up as a vendor, which would have been fucking weird. Which obviously on 50, Rick Devens can't show up as a vendor because he'll be on the fucking season. But yeah, I mean, it would have been very fire token focused. Actually, I need to buy shit. No, that was serious. That was 100% serious. That's 100% what Jeff wanted to do. Like he was talking legit. Like he was literally like talking about like what his initial idea of 41 was until like Mike White. He told the pitch to Mike White, and then Mike White told him that it's not fun. And that's what led to Jeff going like, "Oh my God, Survivor needs to be fun. It needs to be dangerous fun." And yeah, that's why New Era shit. It's because Mike White. Yeah, Ty Perry got rid of swimsuits. What a mastermind he is. What everyone wanted is people to be in the same clothing all the time. I'm too bad. The Rick Devens aspect of it is not like a lot. Like I don't think that ever went beyond just the conceptual phase. Like that, I don't think that was ever actually on the season. But like that was the thing that like Jeff had in his mind of like something that he wanted to do is like have like a vendor, and he thought like Rick Devens would be like the perfect vendor. Wait, no, this is not the thing I want either. None of these. But he was being serious when that was actually an idea that he came up with, though. I would love if, like once Jeff retires, I hope he, like, reveals his, like, book thing. Because he talks about this in the past, that he has, like, a book of, like, ideas for Survivor. I would love to see that book. Because I'm sure it's filled with, like, really shit ideas. Okay, what am I looking? I'm trying to look for, like, shit I can use to heal mid-battle. Like, none of these places... Oh, I think this one probably is. Or is... Oh, no, this is sit-in. Damn it. Whatever. The other production wants Lauren for 44. I think she is in the casting pool. I don't think she's, like, guaranteed. I don't think she's... But, like, I think she's definitely going to be in the running. BBCAN12, Kevin, I know shot of getting to 3. I mean, wrong about what with Bailey? Like, what would I be wrong about? Like, I think Bailey wins for sure if she gets to the end. Are we saying that, like, she can't convince Lexus and Anthony? Which, like, even that I'm not, like, that locked in on. It's like, I mean, I would not be that shocked if she gets Anthony to take her. This is not the right guy either. I think 50 could potentially be longer than 26 days. Potentially. I don't think it'll be 39. But I think it could be longer than 26. Oh, this is yesterday's? Yeah, fuck that too. I mean, in retrospect, like, it is my fault. Like, I fully understand, like, why I died there. But still, fuck that. Most days forever 30 could be... Again, like, theoretically it could be 39, but, like, I think it's more likely to be, like, like 30. Realistically, it's probably just going to be 26. And they just like create some dumb format to fit around it. But yeah, it would be cool if it went back to 39. But I think it's unrealistic to think that's actually going to happen, though. Again, I just need to I just need to find a place I can buy food at. Why would like none of these? Maybe that one? Is that the one I should go to? Last time I lost my mind during a video? What do you mean by during a video? Because like usually like when I'm recording videos, like it's all plotted out. Like it's not like I like go into a video like not knowing what I'm going to talk about. I think I'm more like likely to lose my mind in a live stream than I am when recording a video. Or we're talking about like in like a let's play thing, because like that's also different, because that's like every time I play Last of Us No Return. Okay, this is what I want. Kind of. Wait, do any of these actually? This slightly restores health. Is there nothing better than that? Okay, I guess we'll go with this. I planned the Jag outburst. I mean, I did. I mean, that was something. Yeah, that was like scripted. The Owen thing in Total Drama Action, that was unprompted because that wasn't supposed to make the video. But I said fuck it when I listened back to it. I thought it was funny, so I kept it in. Because I literally like recorded it again after fact, like more normal. And I just decided it was funnier to keep the keep that one in. I forgot exactly what I said. What did I say? Oh, that Owen goes home, thank fucking God, right? Something like that. But yeah, the Jag one was purposeful. But still, it's still like I know what I'm like gonna talk about. To where it's like it's not like like obviously it's essentially like it's kind of weird, I guess. It's like because again, it's like I know what I'm gonna talk about, and like I know like the way I have to talk about it. To where it's like it's like in a way, like I guess it's kind of like acting, right? Because it's not like I actually like care that much in that specific moment, but it's like kind of like bringing up my initial reaction to it, and that's I don't know. It's kind of weird actually. Now I think about it, and like how recording a video goes. I did see this that Colby posted this, which I'm not entirely sure. Like I know that like Jeff was not happy with Colby after Heroes vs Villains. I don't know exactly why though. Like I don't know the exact reasoning. To where, yeah, I'm not 100% sure what exactly Colby is referring to, but I know that after Heroes vs Villains, like Jeff was like disappointed in Colby. I mean, I think the chocolate moment is more so representative of how annoyed he was already at Colby. I don't think that's like the actual moment that made him not like Colby. I think now he's fine with Colby. I don't think he loves Colby anymore. Like he's not like I think Boss Rob definitely took that spot from Colby to where like I don't think when Jeff like when you tell Jeff like name your favorite Soraya players, Colby's not even on his mind anymore. But I don't think he hates Colby though. But again, I don't know if Colby's coming back anytime soon, or anytime at all. I guess if it's not soon. Let's let it come back from exile. I mean, probably Dominic, right? If Dominic comes back from exile, I think Dominic's my number one contender. Like I think Dominic would essentially just be like the Nicholas Which again, I think is like a tough thing to do in a sense, like in assessing the edit of Quebec, just because like I'm largely like taking this, like I'm not even like taking Survivor Edgic into consideration. It's more so like general reality TV Edgic mixed in with how last season was edited. But like because we only have one season of Quebec, it's like it's weird to assess that because like obviously like that had to be based around like how that season played out, where like this season could just play out differently, obviously. So it's like again, Nicholas like got the edit he got, like as someone that came back from redemption and went on to win the game, but like that doesn't have to happen this time, and like if it didn't happen, they would portray it differently. So like it's kind of weird to assess the Edgic of this season. But I do think if Dominic comes back, I think he would be a pretty tough contender. I remember I still have Deborah high. Marilu is still high. Oh, by the way, this is also a thing. Through rewatching the 45 or 46 premiere, Ben has a much better edit in the premiere than I remembered. Like I think the rewatching the first two episodes of 45, Ben is actually like Ben's edit is actually pretty decent. It's not great. It's not like he's the number one contender after those episodes, but I think I definitely underestimated Ben's early edit. So I think it kind of makes me feel better about having him one on the mid-season power ranking. I don't think he's winning now, but I do think his first two episodes are better than I remembered at least. I think Soraquil, 34-month resub. We talked about that a little bit about how Carolyn's pre-gaming with Russell Hance. Did I say Coach got purpled? I probably meant to say someone else. It is probably what that is. Weren't they feeding their 44? Actually, I completely forgot about that. I genuinely completely forgot about that until now. Yeah, that was a thing. I'll say the biggest party. Got some news about Q not telling people this. Oh yeah, that was interesting. I'm kind of whatever on it. I mean, like again, like I think it adds to like Q's villainy, right? Which I saw people like question, like, why wasn't this on the show? And like, could this be Q winning because they didn't show this? It's like, no, I just think they don't want you to outright hate Q. Because I think if they showed that, it would make Q look a lot worse. And I think they want you to like Q because Q's coming back more than likely. But yeah, like I mean, like I don't mind. Like I think from a pure game perspective, I don't actually mind it. Like, I saw some people be upset of, like, oh, why didn't they just let Maria and Kenzie switch? It's like, again, like, Q was the one that won the reward. Like, he should be the one that has the sole decision on who goes on the reward with him. It's not a situation where, like, they won the reward as a team, or in that spot, yeah, I think Kenzie and Maria should be able to switch. But again, Q is the one winning the reward. Like, he has the sole decision on who goes with them. Yeah, I definitely met somebody else when I said that then. Actually, I did not see A&W teaser. But I assume it's more of the same. When's the premiere date? June 3rd. Well, that's something. Which, yeah. That's only a month away. I actually didn't think about that. I'll probably still do a review. I probably shouldn't, realistically, for the sake of, like, my sanity, but I'll probably still do it. What is most likely for Merge Boot in Quebec? I have no fucking clue. Probably, like, Jean Michel. But I don't really have a good sense of, like, how Merge Boots are edited on Quebec. But I think, like, game position-wise, I think Jean Michel seems like he's being set up for Merge Boot. If not him, then maybe someone like a Ricky. And he tried to give an Aldrich branch to the 46 cast. I have actually not seen that. Which, like, I assume Andy would get along with actually a decent amount of those people anyway. They might not want to... Oh, that might also be a factor. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That they don't want to show people, like, being willing to give up their reward to Applebee's. So yeah, that would also be kind of a bad look for sponsorship. But also, by the way, this is probably, like, the best, like, bang for your buck a sponsor's ever gotten, right? From Survivor. Like, considering, like, what, a good, like, over half that episode is, like, revolved around Applebee's to some degree. Basically, Vance said, like, no one has one... Wait, has one too, maybe I can. Well... I might know some things about AEW 16, but, I don't know. To be fair, I don't actually know, like, proper spoilers. I know there are proper spoilers out there. Because, again, I'm part of the, what's it called, Ninja Masters? Is that what they're called? Discord. I know there are spoilers on there, and you can know, like, again, the results of 16 are available. I haven't looked at them, but I have a good sense of, like, some, like, I don't know. I could make a pretty educated guess on what happens on the AEW 16. But since Casa del Charmin, was that even that good? Like, I don't know, was that that good for Charmin? By the way, also, Casa del Charmin's on Quebec also, which I find so fucking funny. That they actually got sponsored by Charmin there. But, the Rula Gastain, Cassandra. I'm actually higher on Cassandra. Cassandra, what the fuck, I don't know how you pronounce her name in French. But... yeah, I'm higher on her again. I have her like 4, I think, on my power ranking. Then Ghislaine, I'm like, I'm not like out on Ghislaine, but like I just think at this point there just seems to be like so much set up to him being a threat, to where like I doubt he's winning. But it's not like impossible. He could also be setting up as a threat as like a person that if he gets to the end then he goes on to win. My interpretation is the opposite. Again, based on what I know about AEW 16, my guess would be I don't think we get another winner. And also, I think it will get renewed, but I think it might, like, this might be the last shot. Like, the thing about AEW is that it's such a cheap show to make, to where, like, I think they would try to do it again, but, like, I think it's only going to be, like, I would not be shocked if, like, AEW, like, 18 is the last season. But, yeah, again, like, the interpretation I have is that I think we're going to get a slaughtering in Stage 3. Like, I think we're gonna get, like, a lot of people in Stage 3, especially because of the format. But I think the new obstacle is gonna demolish the field, is the sense that I get. And, like, there maybe could still be a winner. But, like, I think it'll be a situation where, like, only, like, one person makes the final stage, or something like that. Like, I don't think it'll be, like, last season where we got, like, a ridiculous number of finalists. I think Stage 3, like, I think Pizza Party is the name of the obstacle. I think that obstacle is going to demolish the field. And, like, maybe 1 or 2 people get past it. They're saying how Mason Race production fucked up so bad this week. Yeah, I genuinely still don't even understand that situation. And it just seems so dumb to me. I'm like, why is this a rule? And like, also, like, also from all the exit press and everything too, it becomes even more confusing. Because like, it's a situation where like, supposedly their crew never even arrived, and like, it was like production like had like a huddle of like trying to decide what to do, and they just took like so fucking long, and that's why they lost so much time. Like that's even more of a fuck up, right? To where, like, it's not even, like, the thing that they, like, set out for, like, got resolved. It's not even like they, like, again, because, like, yeah, if it actually was, like, oh, we're just waiting for our crew to arrive, then it's, like, okay, then at least there was, like, a like kind of a purpose to it. Where like with this, it was like, no, the crew never arrived. It was simply just like production took so long to make a decision that like they lost so much time through that. On like what to do with them. And yeah, again, they dropped from what, like 2nd place to 5th place. And obviously end up getting eliminated because like Juan and Shane just demolished the detour, but like I don't know, like I just generally don't know. I don't get what happened. Like it just feels like such a strange situation. Like, you would think that they would just, like, default to just going to the detour, right? Like, if they get lost. Like, you would think they wouldn't just, like, drive around for forever, right? Shimmy and Not-A-Lim, I agree. I think that is what they probably should have done. Again, obviously, I'm someone that, like, hates Not-A-Lims on Amazing Race, but I think this is a situation where, like, it makes sense. I think a Not-A-Lim, and then you probably have to do... Well, actually, I don't know. It's tough, though, because, like, you have the entire race planned, though, right? It's like, I don't know how you do a Not-A-Lim. Now that I think about it, like, practically. Because, like, that would mean that you would have the, like, last second change the next leg to have an extra team there. Which is, like, how do you do that at such a short notice? But I do think they should have been given, like, a time penalty. Or, like, they... not time penalty, the opposite. Time credit. But actually, now that I think about it, it was a tough spot for production to be in, even in that spot. But, again, I think, like... I don't know, though. It does suck for Angie and Danny to be eliminated that way. And really what should have happened is they don't get penaltied to begin with. That should have just been the thing. Yeah, Ron and Letitia would have been out at that spot. Which, I mean, like, I like Ron and Letitia, but also it's like, they probably should have been out in that spot, though. Yeah, if they did keep, like, if they were able to restructure next leg to allow for one more team, then yeah, obviously you have to make it a double limit at that point. Like, I think, like, the last second decision to make the next leg, like, one that has, like, an extra team to it, like, that's a bit tough to put together at such a short notice. Because at that point you have to, like, guarantee that each of the tasks has an additional, like, station set up. You have to... like, make sure there's, like, again, if it's a self-driving leg, there's another car available. I don't know, there's a lot of, like, other things involved. The 40's an all-star season. Angie and Danny are locked. Hopefully, yeah. I'll be perfectly fine with that. I do like Danny and Angie. Danny in particular. I think Danny, like, being, like, a like massive reality TV fan, and like him clearly trying to bring those influences to Amazing Race, I did really like. And obviously, like, his relationship with his mom is just an endearing one to begin with. So yeah, again, I would like them to be on next fraternity season. Imagine I do a cast speculation video for Amazing Race 40. Legitimately, I don't even think I can name, like, if you were to, like, I were to do, like, a Sporkle quiz on every Amazing Race team, I think I would only get, like, 20%. Like, I would do so bad on a, every Amazing Race team Sporkle quiz. Yeah, like Zev and Justin, yeah. Even though I straight up completely forgot they even existed until just now, but yeah. Dominic feels more like a farewell. I don't know, but he's, like, getting a lot of content on Exile, though. It's like, maybe, but, like... I think his edit is, like, the most, like, consistent of the ones on Exile. Oh, yeah, up to the point that I'm at least. And also, I think just practically, he feels like the one that would win the challenge. Though... again, Aubrey's not, or Audrey, is not bad either. Like, there's definitely a pretty big chance that she comes back, too. Can Andre win? I still have him. I have him at, like, 5 on my power ranking or something. I think he can win. I mean, he seems like he's someone that is respected by his group. Like, I think practically he gets the end. I think there's definitely a shot that he wins. Queen Florence will win. I mean, she is there. Like, I think I have her at like 6 or 7 on my power ranking. Her on XL for the short side, yeah. Which is why, again, like, I think Dominic has, like, feels like he has more longevity in the grand scheme of things. But again, like, I don't know who else is getting voted out before the merge and everything. And, like, how long until the merge? We should be somewhat soon, right? Like, another 2 episodes, or no, 2 rounds or so. I'm interested in seeing what happens to, like, where Gladys is going in the game. I think her edit's, like, really interesting because, like, she was, like, so invisible early on, but then since then she's, like, been, like, such a prominent character on the season. Oh, last pre-merge boot was today. So we get 2 more boots then in that time. So yeah, I mean, like, yeah, probably will end up, like, would not be shocked if it is one of the 2 other people. I'd say don't. I'd say don't spoil me. I don't really care that much, but it's like I am gonna watch it anyway. To where it's like I might as well try to watch it unspoiled. But like if someone like inadvertently spoiled it, I also wouldn't really care that much. But I might as well try, I guess, to watch unspoiled. That's my guess. I mean, like I think Gladys is probably one of the boots, right? Because like if actually wait, is that tribe going to tribal? I don't even remember where I left off. Actually, where did I leave off? I think I left off on, yeah, that tribe is going to tribal, right? Yeah, yeah. So I would assume Gladys is next out. Denise is also in a lot of danger if they go to tribal again. I think it's interesting what happens on the other side. Because I'm not as secure there. Yeah, other side's interesting. I don't think it's Sebastian or Deborah. I think more than likely it's what, like, I think there could be a Jean-Michel blindside. And if Jean-Michel gets blindside, he probably is the person returning. I think if that's the case. I think that's probably what's going to happen. But I think there's also a chance that like Nabil or Ricky gets taken out and comes back. Or not comes back, not necessarily comes back, but like gets voted out. I mean, I think that's also a shot. But yeah, I think those are people in danger. Like Ghislaine, I think probably makes merge. Cassandra makes merge. Again, Deborah, I think makes merge at this point. Sebastian, I think could be in a bit more danger. But yeah, I think I would bank on him making merge at this point. I don't know though. Actually, how many blues are left? 5. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would say he still makes merge. But I think Gladys should be fucked, and Denise, or Denise. What I don't remember how he's from. It's Denise, right? Denise. Yeah, I think she could be in a lot of danger too. I forgot. I have that on my watch later of that Mr. Beast video, and I just never watched it. The Amazing Race 40s All Stars would be crazy. Get teams like Colin Christie. You mean like other teams that haven't been on for a while? I think that'd be cool. I don't know who they would get at this point. Yeah, like who would actually be a team from that far back that they would bother with at this point? Where again, it was a shock that they even bothered with Colin Christie at that point. Like I know, John and Chris, right, were in consideration for 31. It's like maybe them, but also it's like I really like them actually. Like John and Chris, I think are probably um I think they're kind of underrated characters on Amazing Race 6, just because like Amazing Race 6 is like such a like bombastic cast with all these like wacky characters. So like I think like Chris and John being like the only like actual like not toxic relationship on that season, and them being like kind of the straight man of the cast, like actually kind of makes them entertaining to me. Robin Brennan would be interesting actually. That I could definitely see that. About to be at peak casting in this era. What is this? Reality TV gays used to be mean. What was this? Josh BB9, Frank from The Challenge, Jason Roy from BBC, and then Shane from Josh. I love how, like the range from Josh from BB9 to Jason from BB17. Like that's like literally a 8-season gap. But sure. Natalie and Nadia. Yeah, Natalie and Nadia would be cool, right? That'd be cool to see. Yeah, I love how I have no clue what the fuck's happening in the game. Like, this is legitimately just, like, background noise at this point for me. And, like, I know this is supposed to be this, like, super dramatic moment. I assume that's the main antagonist, right? It's basically fight the Kagiana of Amazing Race. I mean, I think it's more of, like, the Pearl Islands of Amazing Race. To where, like, I just don't think, like, Amazing Race has had a season, like Kagion, or, like, at least, like, at the same level of quality. Like, if I'm saying there's a Kagion of Amazing Race, it's probably, what, like, 25 or something? But, like, it's still not good enough. Andy and Tommy, yeah, I doubt they would be considered at this point, but I liked them back then. I remember they were my rooting interest on that season. I'm actually trying to think of it. Who the fuck else was at the end of that season? Like, I know Ernie and Cindy win, but, like, who are the other two teams? Oh, is that, Marcus and Armani? Is that their season? Yeah, Marcus and Armani. Who the fuck are Jeremy and Sandy? Who are those people? I've never seen these people in my entire life. Who the fuck are Jeremy and Sandy? What? They were runners up? I have no memory of these people. They're actually married now. Good for them. With kids. So, that's something. Wait, what? What? Sandy used to be married to Matt Quinlan? What? Dude, that's like, what the fuck? What the, like, that's the most random shit ever. Fucking, okay, what? That's insane. Like, how? How is that a connection that I never knew about? That, like, the runner-up of Amazing Race 19 was married to Matt Quinlan. I believe it was before. It had to be before. But that's insane. Like, how is that a thing? That Matt Quinlan... Yeah, this is ridiculous. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. That's a thing. Yeah, it had to be before. Joey and Megan. They probably bring them back just because they're like popular, right? Because like they're like actually have like social media followings and everything. Okay, so we're on the final chapter, and I believe the final chapter is around 2 hours long. So, like, I think we're on pace to finish this tonight. Which, truth be told, don't even know what I'm going to do next stream, then. I don't know what I'm going to play. Because I think there's, like, numerous paths I could take. I could pick... Like, I did want to play Hellblade before Hellblade 2. Though I think I'm at the point where, like, I'm probably just not going to play Hellblade 2 when at launch. I'll probably wait a little bit. Because I decided I'm not making a video on it, so at that point, like why? rush to it. I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to finish Persona 5 Tactica, and I think I'm going to try to play another game, which will probably be Talos Principle 2 or Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. And I might stream Baldur's Gate. I think the issue with Baldur's Gate is that I wanted to play a little bit of it on my own first to get like a sense of the game, and I won't really have time to do that before this next stream. So I'm not sure. Like, should I just say fuck it, just stream it anyway? I don't know. Daytime stream again, probably. Actually, it would be pretty. I think around Big Brother premiere would probably work out. Because if Big Brother's starting July, I think that would probably work. But I haven't locked it in yet. Again, those aren't like old school teams, but yeah, I would expect Tyler and Corey and Team Fun to be in consideration. Remember Vanessa and Ralph? I do. I wouldn't be opposed to them coming back, but like they're not going to. Actually, are they even together anymore? They're probably not, right? Wait, is that true? Maze Race 19 and One Roll are both filmed at the same time? That's bizarre. Again, like Amazing Race, like timeline wise, just like does not make sense to me. Yeah, that's fucking weird to me. Actually, like looking at the timeline of Amazing Race. Yeah, so Amazing Race. Wait, so Amazing Race 21 aired at the same time as Philippines? Is that really the case? Yeah, wow, okay. Again, like, it's weird, like, the timeline of Amazing Race, like, just feels so disconnected from Survivor and Big Brother to me. Where, like, Big Brother and Survivor, I can usually have, like, a good idea of, like, what season was airing at the same time. With Amazing Race, it's just all over the board. I just, like, have no real, like, grasp on, like, what happened at what time. Little Nightmares 2? You mean Little Nightmares 1? Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to streaming that at some point. I guess just like I don't think that's a now thing. Where like right now I want to. It's either wrap up or try to play more games for 2023, or actually start my retrospectives. Which realistically I probably should be starting my retrospectives. But I also like I don't need to, but I want to play Baldur's Gate in some capacity. To which streaming it will be a fucking disaster. But I don't have time outside that. I'm enjoying Tactica for what it is. I'm at the third kingdom at this point. Actually, I can check this real quick. Where am I percentage-wise? 65%. I think I'm like 16 hours or so into it. I'm not doing any of the side content. Just because I don't have time. But... yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, I think I'm enjoying it more than Strikers. Even though, again, like, I think narratively I cared more about Strikers. Nightmares 3 will be out this year. Yeah, is that this year? I kind of forgot about that, actually. COVID really messed up Maze Race timeline. No, for me, it's like, it's messed up before that. Because, like, Amazing Race is just, like, weird in its airing schedule, to where, like, just sometimes it's consistently, like, 2 times a year, sometimes it's just not. And there's, like, no real, like, consistency with it. So, again, with Survivor, it's like, okay, it's, like, 2 a year, even seasons in spring, odd seasons in fall. Like, it perfectly lines up outside of, like, the 1 year gap for COVID, and, again, that's, like, just a 1 year gap, exactly. So, like, it's still, like, kind of easy to piece together. Big Brother, obviously, it's 1 a year. It's, like, kind of easy to piece that together, too. Well, outside of 9 and 10, obviously. But Amazing Race is just, like, just really random. Yeah, I remember 29 being, like, the season where, it kind of felt like they kind of, like, gave up on the show. We're just, like, kind of... and, like, 30 also, right? 30 was when we're, like, they... we're doing like 2 episodes a night or whatever. They were just like kind of just getting rid of it. Um, Ethan Jenner robbed the 19. Yeah, yeah. It was a double limb, right? And they got screwed over because of that. Is it this one? I think 28 is when they started air one season a year. I mean, I think, but even before that, there's like weird points, isn't there? Let's see. I'm looking up Amazing Race. Okay, so yeah, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's all over the place. Like the first year. Okay, so like it's consistent the first three seasons. It's fall, spring, fall. Then season 4 is a summer season. Season 5 is the next summer. But then they also have a fall season. Like season 6 is the fall. And then season 7 is spring. Then fall, spring, fall, spring, fall. Well, actually, no, winter for season 12. Then fall of the next year for season 13. Spring, fall, 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 spring. And yeah, after 20 is the point where, yeah, it gets completely fucked. Where, yeah, spring-ish, spring/summer of 2027 for 29. Winter for 30 of 2018. Like April to June for 31. Wow, that was fucked actually. Like that's not even like within a TV season. That's legitimately just like a fucking random time. Um, then what? Fall for 32. Spring for 33. Then fall for 34. Fall for 35. Spring for 36. So yeah, it was just, like never really consistent. All right, where am I actually going now? Wait, no, this is the wrong way again, isn't it? Oh, no, this is the right way. Where to watch Australian Survivor in America for free? I mean, I don't know. What's the best way to watch it actually nowadays? Like, I mean, I have links through like RCP. But you have to be a patron to use those links. But well, because like I know Video Brother has links. You can watch it there, but it's like kind of a pain. Like there's other like watch series sort of sites that you can find them. But again, also like very like annoying to watch because there's so many like dumb ads and everything. And then yeah, I'm trying to think like because like they used to be on Daily Motion. I don't know if they still are. Like someone like uploaded a lot of the like recent ones to YouTube, but again, I'm pretty sure those are not available in America anymore. Like I think they're still there, it's just that like they're blocked in America or something like that. Yeah, that's kind of the bad thing about like Video Brother. Yeah, Daily Motion also sucks. Oh, I completely forgot about Circle Finale. I genuinely forgot about it. Even again, I'm enjoying this season of The Circle, but like, I just think like the way they released Circle is like really shit. I think I would put my money on Kyle, but it's Kyle or Olivia. I think like practically, I think Olivia is probably in the best spot to win the game, but I think I would put my money edgically into Kyle. I think Kyle feels like he's edited a lot more similarly to a lot of the more recent winners. Super Sam surprised me, right? That was the winner of season 4, right? Or season 5, I mean. But I think Kyle, like the way that he got his like personal content in the last in the last episode with the family stuff, like I feel like that felt more reminiscent to to a lot of the previous winners. Look movie? Yeah, I've never used Look movie. Yeah, I just haven't like bothered like looking for links for that sort of stuff in a while, just because like I have like the patron links and stuff. I wonder if fall 2025 will have Amazing Race 38. Like it could, but I suspect that they don't want that. Like I think they want Amazing Race to be a yearly thing, if I were to guess. By the way, I completely forgot about buddy games until just now. That there's gonna be a buddy game season 2. Yeah, but even then, the Amazing Race 33 though, like, was weird, right? Where like the filming of that was like very scattered. So where, like, I don't think that's like exactly the same. I think the bigger argument would be 30. What was it? No, wait, 35 and 36 being filmed or being aired back to back. But I think obviously justification for that is that obviously the writer's strike made them do 35 in the way that they did. And then they realized they fucked up, and then now they need to release 36 right away because of that. It is actually funny in retro. Like, it is so funny, like, the story around 35. Where, like, 35 was, like, a season that was, like, built to be, like a longer season because of the writer's strike, only from the, like... So, like, they fucking delayed the actual 35, so they can air 36 first. Only for them to, like, just say fuck it afterwards, just to release 35 as 36 after, and then, like, have them make extended episodes anyway. The XL will continue the post-merge? Hopefully not, but it would not shock me. Like, that would feel very Survivor Quebec for them to continue it. I just realized, I'm looking at the list of, like, circle things. There's only been one Catfish winner in US. I never actually thought about that. That's kind of insane. And even, like, finalists. Like, most finalists are... Or, like, even, like, the runners-up. Like, the majority of them are real, also. And none of the fan favorites have been, Catfish, either. It's kind of weird, actually. By the way, this is also really funny. So, what are they doing with Helldivers? We've heard your feedback on Helldivers 2 account linking. May 6th update, which would require Steam and PlayStation Network account linking for new... will begin on May 30th. Will not be moving forward. Okay. That's kind of funny. The entire Helldivers 2 situation is, like, really funny. Where it's, like... I'm kind of of two minds on it. I kind of, like... I understand a lot of people's criticism. Like, I think, like, the criticism of, like, hey, PSN is only available in certain countries, and by that you're isolating the other countries that don't have PSN. I understand. That's, like, fully justified criticism. I think the criticism of, like, people that are in America and stuff that just, like, don't want to make a PlayStation account, I think that's fucking stupid. I think, like, okay, like, it takes, like, 5 seconds. Like, why are you that upset about, like, oh my god, I'm never gonna play this game ever again? Because, like, because they are making you, like, sign up for an account that takes, like, 2 seconds to fucking make. Like, I think that's stupid. But I do think the other, like, yeah, for, like, people in, like, I forgot what country was it. Like, someone mentioned, like, I think it was, like, Philippines or something, that they would not be able to play. Like, that's kind of dumb. I wish Challenge 39 was Second Chance. I mean, I don't think it really makes that big of a difference, right? Like, it's just because, like, if it was Second Chance, they would... Like, I mean, I guess, like, well, Second Chance, so, like, only people that have been on one previous season. So, like, I guess, like, certain people wouldn't be on. Like, you wouldn't have, like, Michelle on and, like, stuff like that. Um, I don't think it makes that big of a difference for me. I think I'm fine the way it. I think I'm fine the way it was if it like had a better format. um, because I think like the actual like proper season of Battle for New Champions like not bad. The problem is that the format fails it. Because the format is just one that is so dull, um, and just allows like these like majority groups to steamroll. That's like it just like made it not interesting. Um, but I think had it had like a decent format that had people, and also like obviously like the middle portion was like one where like just the um where like people weren't going home because people could end up like beating the champion, just stay in the game. It's like that was also really lame. Um, Again, like I think if it had a proper format, it actually would have been like a pretty good season. But because the format's shit, it ends up not being a good season. Um, More boring, Emmanuel and Casey, probably Casey. I like Casey more, straight up, than Emmanuel. But I think Casey's more boring. I would actually, though, genuinely, I would rather have Casey on than Emmanuel. Because again, at least Casey, like, I don't dislike Casey as a person. I dislike Emmanuel as a person. To like, I think, like, again, at least, like, I don't know, Emmanuel just feels icky to me. So it's like, at least, like, Casey, again, I don't have qualms with Casey as a person, or, like, again, like, when it's, like, a marginal difference there, and, like, okay, like, Emmanuel's, like, slightly better TV, it's like, again, like, at least she's, like, not a terrible human being. At least that's something. Um, I remember Amazing Race 30 aired all in 1 week in Canada. Is that a thing? Well, that's funny. I know it aired in like a month or so in the US, like not like probably like a month and a half or so, because like they doubled out on every episode, right? Because they were like rushing it in between. Like I think from like January to the beginning of the proper like spring television schedule, they like rushed it out through that period. Like that's probably like the lowest Amazing Race has ever been, right? Is 30 in terms of like how. What am I supposed to be doing here? Oh, okay. In terms of how like production or how CBS was like looking at the show. But I didn't. Oh, are we singing? Okay, cool. All right, let's do this. um, I don't think this is what I'm actually supposed to do, but I guess I'm doing this now. Um, yeah, man, it just sucks. um, oh fuck. Oh no, I have to actually look at the screen. Oh fuck! Wait. Okay. You know, fuck it. Fuck this game. I don't care. I looked away for like half a second. I didn't realize it would speed up that much. It's shocking that everyone in the BBCAN12 jury knows that Anthony's playing the best game, but actively don't want him to win. Yes. Which is what I was talking about. Like, I don't even like properly understand it because like it's weird where like we're in a spot with these shows where like it feels like most people try to like reward the people that they think played the best game. So like, even though they might be misguided in who they think is playing the best game, they might be tainted by like the notion of by their personal connection to them and through that think they're playing the best game. Like at least with those situations, like, again, like people think they play the best game. Like when like people vote for Gabler, like they vote for Gabler because they genuinely thought he played the best game. But to see the situation now where like people being asked in the interviews, who do you think is running the game, and like literally everybody is saying Anthony, but then they get to like who are you going to vote for, and like Anthony's like middle of the pack, and it's like so weird how that's the case. Yeah, I did see that actually, which makes me worried. That Julie Chen did say that she would like to do a celebrity scene, which, to be fair, Julie Chen has like no real weight on anything. But I think she makes a good point. Again, I would not be shocked if Celebrity Big Brother is going to be next year, or not next year, 2 years, 2026, next to the Winter Olympics. That would make a lot of sense. And the reason I'm worried is because I'm making a ranking of every player. but I'm still gonna do it, right? Because like, again, I'm gonna make it. It'll come out sometime 2025. I mean, like at the end of the day, it's like it's still gonna be before season 4 if there is a season 4. Um, but it does make me like think like, should I wait for season 4 if there is gonna be season 4? But then like I'm just gonna be waiting forever, right? Like if that's the case, like I feel like, because like what if like it doesn't happen? Then like I just have this like video sitting in the background for like no fucking reason. Lucas from Amazing Race 30 was on. One, I don't know what Mayday is. Two, who the fuck is Lucas from Amazing Race 30? Oh, is Lucas the guy that got like? Is the one that proposed? Is that who Lucas is? Because there was a couple that got engaged, right, on 30. Documentary about plane crashes? I assume he was involved in a plane crash then? The pro-women sentiment will give Lexus the edge over Anthony. I could see it. I think if Anthony loses the Lexus, though, I think there'll be a lot more, like, anti-Anthony sentiment, though, than pro-women sentiment. That's involved in his loss. To where, again, like, most jurors coming out of the game are still saying that they would vote for Anthony over Lexus. Like, even Victoria stated she would vote for Anthony over Lexus. Do I believe her? No, not at all. But she said that, at least. To where, like, I think that, like, I think if Anthony loses, it's purely an anti-Anthony thing, more so than a, like, pro-Lexus thing. Where I think that's really what Lexus is banking on at this point. Is that there's such an anti-Anthony sentiment that she can pull out the win. Because I don't think she can really win in any other way at this point. Oh yeah, the lifeguard, yeah. They were, like, both of them were lifeguards, right? Was the plane crash into the water and he responded on jet ski? Well, that's really random, isn't it? But okay. Amber's more interested on Maze Race than Survivor? Probably. I'm actually excited to rewatch Maze Race 7. I think that's the next batch of videos. But yeah, so right now also, again, I'm working on the Survivor script. I think my ideal would be to be caught up by this time next week. I think the main thing slowing that down is obviously BBCAN finishing, where by Thursday, so like by Thursday night, I want to have the BBCAN review and player ranking recorded. Well, obviously, like, the endings to them. And I ideally would like to edit both of them on Friday also. Like, obviously, the review has to be edited by Friday. Which, again, that will be up on the membership tier right away. But, again, also, I would finish the player ranking as well, which that will also be... That'll be up a few days before it comes out then, because that'll come out on Wednesday. But, again, that'll probably be done on either Friday or Saturday. But yeah, so I like, but so I want to get caught up on Survivor Review. Once I get finished getting caught up on Survivor Review, that's probably when I'll watch The Genius, Black Garnet. Then after Black Garnet, I'm not even sure what I'm gonna watch at that point. I'm too fair. I'll probably watch. I think I'll probably watch Laced Up Lore, and I'm watching Physical 100 right now, which I'll probably just watch the entirety of in a row. I'll say Physical 100 episodes are way longer than I thought they would be. They're like over an hour, like around an hour each, essentially. Which is long. And there's like 9 of them, right? So it's like pretty lengthy. But once I watch that, that's probably when I'll watch AU 2016. But I don't know, actually, I forgot, I genuinely forgot that I actually wanted to rewatch the Challenge spin-off seasons. Before I did my spin-off ranking, which I'm going to do after All-Stars 4. Which also, after I watch Genius, that's when I have to work on All-Stars 4 review. But yeah, I like genuinely forgot about that. So like maybe I'll do that also. I don't know. Yeah, Amazing Race 6 will be fun. I haven't worked on the script yet or anything because like I'm busy working on the shows that are currently airing. Um, of course, the fucking dance now. Um, yeah, I don't care. But yeah, I haven't worked on the Vanuatu script yet. I haven't worked on a lot of stuff. Really, I'm pretty far. Like I'm not far behind by like I feel like I am. To where I've been working on this batch of videos for what, like a little over a month, right? When did I make the scheduling video? It was early April, I remember. Oh, it was literally April 3rd. Okay. So it's been a little bit over a month. Which, to be fair, I think in that time I've gotten, like, a decent amount done in the sense that, like, I pretty much have, like, everything prepped outside. Okay, cool. Well, I'm doing this terribly. I've everything prepped outside of the reviews and retrospectives. And even those, again, like, I've watched Vanuatu and Amazing Race 6. I've made like the thumbnails and like all the images and stuff like that for those things. So like I feel like I still, and like obviously like in that time I've also got like fully caught up on BBCAN review, fully caught up on Amazing Race review. Like I feel like I've gotten a lot done in a month, but it still feels like I'm a bit behind on things. Goodbye message for Avery and Tola. I'm sure they got them. I don't remember if we got to see them. Actually, I'm pretty confident we didn't, right? But again, they get them in the jury house. So, I mean, those might end up playing a factor, maybe. Then again, like, how many deep dives are there really going to be with this cast? I assume Anthony's going to get one, right? Like, I assume, like, Taryn's still going to talk to Anthony postseason, considering he's friends with Anthony. I would assume that's the only one, though. I don't expect any other deep dives. From RGP, at least. I can see, like, the other podcasts doing them, but I also don't really care about the other ones. Yeah, Anthony's not been great with goodbye messages. Watched Champs vs. Stars 2 yesterday. Was pretty good. Yeah, Champs vs. Stars 2 is really good. Champs vs. Pros is pretty good. I think Champs vs. Series is this, like, that's specifically what I need to rewatch, I feel like. Just because, like, I watched them a while back and I took notes on them. So, like, I could just, like, reread my notes and try to refresh myself, but, like, I feel like I would just be better off just rewatching the season at this point. Because yeah, I literally watched them, like, 2 years ago, I think. It's been a while. So again, like, this is a video that I've been planning on doing for forever, and I just, like, never, like, bit the bullet and actually did it, to where, like, I decided now, okay, like, All Stars 4 is, like, this is where I have to draw the line. And actually just make the video. But yeah, I watched these like so long ago. Actually, yeah, these were when I did the challenge. When did I do the challenge season ranking? Because it was when I did that, right? I think like I watched these seasons like immediately after I did the challenge season ranking. Immediately after like I like watched the seasons for the season ranking. I think by the time the season ranking came out, I had already watched the spinoffs. Yeah, that was, yeah, May of 2022. Yeah, so over 2 years ago then. So that's insane. I am going the wrong way. Cool. Thoughts on Amazing Race Canada 2 or Amazing Race Canada 7? If you think I can remember it. I mean, that's the season with was it Dave and Arena? Was that their names? Well, they were fun. Also, the winners, I like them, if I remember their names. Anthony and something, right? They were rewatching Amazing Race seasons? No. Not, like, not out of the blue or anything. I've watched... I'm trying to think. So, like, my history of Amazing Race, obviously, I watched the seasons as they aired. Really for most of its run. Like, they're, like, I think I have a very vivid memory of, like, season, like, 14 on, I think. Yeah, I think 14 on, I have like a like full on memory of watching him live. I know my parents definitely watched. Like, I remember Jonathan and Victoria as a kid. Like, I remember like season 6. I remember season 7. I remember season 8. I don't fully remember season 9 that well. Like, I remember BJ and Tyler to a degree, but like, that's about it from that season. I don't really like season 10. Like I barely remember, but I do think I remember it. I remember All Stars. I'm not sure if I even like season 12 is a weird one where like I don't remember if I remember season 12 or I just remember their like the returnees appearances on Unfinished Business. Because like I remember like Kent and Vixen, and I remember Ron and Christina, but like that might just be more so from Unfinished Business. Like I know I watched season 12 at the time, but I don't really remember the individual season itself. Straight up, I don't remember 13 pretty much at all as a kid. To where like I don't know if my parents just didn't watch it or if I like just for some reason like faded out of my mind, but. Like I genuinely did not remember, like when I watched 13, like I did not remember any of that. Yeah, actually looking back on it, like season 5 is also like a hazy one as a kid where like, I think I watched it, but I also could be confusing it with like, because like I remember Charla and Myrna, but I feel like I could be confusing it with All Stars. For like Cullen and Christy, I don't feel like I remember her as a kid. Oh wait, where am I going? It's the wrong one. God damn it. In like season 4, I don't think I remember. I think I remember Flo, but I could be wrong. Then, yeah, seasons 1 and 2 are like hazy. But anyway, like I know for sure, like 14 on, I know like 100% I watched every season as it aired. Name 4 teams from 15. Well, Megan and Shane, Globetrotters, what's the Flight Time Big Easy? Sam and something, right? Who's the other one? Sam and Dan, was that their names? Like the second, I think they were second, right? Oh my god, what's Brian and Erica? Was that her name? It was Sam and Dan. Well, there we go. Yeah, Brian and Erica, that was their names. Cool. Yeah, so I mean that's 4. I believe that's literally the top 4, right? To be honest, I don't think I can remember a single other team, though. I feel like if I looked at, oh wait, no, shit, what was her name? Maria Ho, and who was her partner? I don't remember her partner anymore, but I remember that's the season that had Maria Ho on it. Oh, Zen and Just, yeah, that was their season too. Tiffany, yeah, Maria and Tiffany. Finished the main story of Lake. How was it? I always wanted to play that game. I just never had the opportunity. I can literally see it right in front of me. My physical copy of it. Let's see, Amazing Race 15. Who else is on that? Yeah, Matt and Gary, would not remember them. Oh, Micah and I don't even remember how you say their name, but I remember the moment at least of them getting eliminated. Lance and Carrie, could not tell you who the fuck that is. Zem and Justin, I remember. Marcy and Ron, who the fuck are they? Garrett and Jessica, who the fuck are they? Eric and Lisa, I do remember. So, yeah, water slide moment. Probably, like, actually, that genuinely might be my favorite moment in Amazing Race history. I don't know. Actually, no, maybe it'll be like one of the call-in moments, but still, it's like that's definitely up there. Which, I mean, this is the thing that I talked about back like a while ago. That's like, it feels weird that like when you think of Amazing Race and like the best moments ever in Amazing Race, it's typically like a really like pretty minor character moment. Where it's like when you have like Survivor or Big Brother, when you think of like the best moments from those shows, it's like usually this like big gameplay moment, this like big blindside or something. Yeah, it's weird like when you like turn that around to Amazing Race, it's like just a random, yeah, it's like Colin almost getting arrested, or like my ox is broken, or the watermelon moment from 17, or the water slide, or like it's like one of those sort of moments, which just feels like so like I don't know, it's just like so radically different. Um, Always shocked if Lexus wins BB-CAN12. No? I literally said that I think like Anthony versus Lexus could go either way. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, with Josh, like, I don't think I was surprised that Josh lost, was I? Because, like, I think it was pretty clear that Josh was, like, losing credibility with the jury. I think my thing was, I was shocked that Kevin got there, was my thing. But I didn't think Josh... Oh, you're talking about Josh BB19? I was thinking Josh BB-CAN10 we were talking about. But again, I wasn't shocked that Josh won BB19. Like, I was expecting Josh to win BB19 when it was him versus Paul. Nicole did shock me. Because, like, Nicole was one where, like... Like, I thought... Like, I knew Nicole would get votes. But, like, I did not expect Nicole to beat Paul. And especially to get Devon's vote at the end. I think that very much shocked me. It's more relaxing than unpacking. The hanging out with the characters. Story's pretty shallow overall. Yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, it's one of these games that, like, in an ideal world, I would eventually get around to playing. But, like, realistically, I just don't know if I'll bother, like, spending the time to play it. Maybe I could play it on stream, but also it's like... Like, how long is it? It's short, right? 6 hours, according to this. So that could be streamable. Oh, 100% people at the time for sure thought Paul was winning. Where I think Taryn might have been one of the only ones that was, like, talking about how, like, thinks that Nicole could beat him. Took you 7 hours? Okay. You tell us made by a smaller team. If we got the more games started to fall. Or to, wait, fall the teams. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I kind of would have expected from that sort of game. Like, it is an indie game, right? So... Yeah. But obviously, like, I would have expected probably the narrative to be stronger. Remember Expedia spoiled the winners of Amazing Race Canada 9 the morning of the finale? Well, good on Expedia. At least they, at least it wasn't a good season. See, even Expedia knew this season was shit and was like, you know, let's just spoil the winners. Who cares? It is funny, like, looking back at BB-CAN spoiling the Elijah eviction. Like, earlier that day. The fact that they, like, literally took away digital dailies for a week to keep that secret and then just spoil it the morning of. Fair fight on the challenge, either Tony Body Slam or Laurel versus Amanda on Invasion. I feel like I barely remember that one. Like, I remember it, but, like, I don't know if that's, like, I think my, like, the number one fight that comes to my mind is the Dustin versus Frank on Battle of the Seasons. Which is, like, definitely an icky fight, but, like, it's definitely, like, the first fight that I think of. When I think of the challenge. Either that or, like, Wes, like, yelling at bananas in episode 2 of Ruins. I feel like that's also, I think that sticks in my mind. I have Maria on my... Yeah, because, like, Maria's, like, a poker player. She was on that show of Kevin Martin, right? That Game of Gold, is that what that's called? She was on that, right? Which I never... I watched, like, a few episodes of it, but I never finished it, and I don't think I care enough to. But... Again, it was whatever. Like, it's very poker focused, which, like, obviously you should expect, but, like, I think it kind of, like, again, for like, because like my assumption is that okay, it's a reality show based around poker. Like I thought there was a world it could be like a Genius sort of thing, but like no, it's mostly just a poker show. Just with like a reality, like a minor reality TV format, but like mostly still focused around the poker. I mean, also, well, CT yelling at Wes. I mean, that's kind of whatever. I think also the Paula Laurel fight stands out for me, where like Laurel's defending Cara Maria. Also, obviously CT Adam, but that's like a very different circumstance. Oh yeah, that's still a great moment. Probably like debatably best moment of BB22 is them leaking the triple eviction. How will you take care of your toxic household? That's not good. How about Devon and Vanessa are going to be the first dual trader winners? I mean, why not? I mean, are they going to be on the traders? Oh, who are we expecting on traders? Because like that should be filming soon, right? Actually, it is kind of insane that it's already been like what, like 8 months or so since how am I not being attacked? Okay, that took a while. Since like the Traders 2 cast came out. Is there a speculation thread? Yeah, I haven't followed it. Yeah, I did see gamers say Frankie is on. Which, again, I wouldn't be opposed to. Like, I get why people don't like Frankie. I don't personally mind Frankie as, like, a reality TV personality. Like, I don't necessarily like Frankie as a person, but, like, I don't mind him on reality TV. Post. Oh, I forgot about that. That Amazing Race Australia is coming back, which, yeah, that'll be something. Possible. I don't know who that Bachelor person is. I've heard of that person from RuPaul's Drag Race. Inactive cameos, Devon. Which again, cool. Oh, Vanessa Russo is on that list. Chris Underwood is on that list. Sarah Lucina. Brat from BB20. Unlikely is Bananas. Because he's on Challenge 40. Maybe. Oh, I forgot about... Actually, let's look at All-Stars 5. Has that been updated? Who's on the All-Stars 5 list? I think it's the same since last time I saw it. But what a shit list of people for All-Stars 5. Again, like the fact that this is All-Stars is so funny. Fucking Corey Lay, Devin Walker, Fessy, Jay Gotti, Jay Starrett, Leroy, then Amber B, Anissa, Melissa Reeves, Mariah, Nerese, Tori, Big T. It's like, what a shit grouping for an All-Star season. Like, this is essentially just season 41. Like, realistically, like, it's not necessarily that bad of a cast on paper. It's just such a shit All-Star cast. Actually, that would be funny. Actually, they might, like, add him in late, right? I think that's definitely possible for Bananas. That they let him finish Challenge 40, and then he just, like, joins the game, like, midway through, like they did with Kate. Like, that could definitely happen. Tony, Russell, Boss Rob, George on the same trader. I mean, that'd be great, but it's never happening, but it would be cool. The Anthony jury management is, like, Claudia level, where he betrays Hot Chocolate and doesn't own up to his moves. No, because I think at least that makes sense. Because I think the difference is that, like, Anthony's game is, like, it makes sense for him to betray Hot Chocolate. It didn't make sense for Claudia to betray, what were they called again? Lollipop. Or no, wait, what were they called again? Girly Pops, that's what it was. So yeah, like I think like really like jury management wise, it's like I don't know, it's kind of like whatever. But like I think just like the context around those situations are like vastly different. I think Gamer saying Nerys got cut. I don't know. I haven't really been like following Gamer too closely recently. I think Dio No Dio finale's next week, if I remember right. Where I think this week will be like a full episode of just Final Four. Actually, I forgot. Do I have all my shit still in this game? Please let me pause. Okay, I do. Wait, I just realized I never upgrade my shit still. Okay, cool. Yeah, I believe it is next week. Yeah, I never upgrade abilities still. Wait, I find it funny how like I've played so much of this game without like never upgrading anything. So I understand All Stars 5. Yeah, I can't say I'm particularly interested in it. Like I'll probably still watch it. I don't know how much like I don't know if I'll do a review on it or anything. But I'll definitely watch it at least. Like, sure, I want All Stars 4 to kind of be, like, the end of me feeling, like, forced to do these reviews. And same thing with the Challenge 40. I kind of also want that to kind of be the end of me feeling forced to do challenge reviews. Could I still continue after that? Yeah, but I think it will be, like, it will be a spot where, like, I would at least consider stopping. Just because of like how much time it takes, and it's also like not like my favorite thing in the world to be doing fucking like 2-hour videos on challenge seasons. Okay, I don't have any of these. Okay, what is this? I do that one. I guess that one. Watch Chauncey be on All Stars. Yeah, I can't wait. Hope Boss Rob doesn't go home tomorrow. Definitely could, right? But I kind of doubt it. I hear ya. Nerys isn't on. Yeah, that's disappointing. Yeah, I think Nerys to me is like probably my favorite of the new era. Like people, I guess. Like of the people that like started within the last few seasons, I feel like Nerys is the one that I'm like, I don't know, the one I would like to become like a major staple of the show moving forward. Wait. I just realized something too. I might as well look at the actual equipment. Okay. Wait, what? Whatever. Wait, no. Wait, why can't I equip that? Okay. Very interesting which women will win. There's so many women left. We're talking about 40? Or what? Watch Soul be on All Stars 5, imagine. I wouldn't be upset like Soul being on what's it called? 41. But yeah, All Stars 5 would be ridiculous. It's possible that for the jury, Anthony can't win the game, especially when you have Anthony more willing to vote Tola than to vote for Anthony. Yeah. I think that's definitely a worry about Anthony. Michelle's been impressing me a lot in 40. I mean, We'll see. I mean, like, we'll have to see what the eliminations actually are. It could be like a big T situation, where like I believe at least one of them is like a puzzle. I believe confirmed by Gamer, but like, it could be like a big T situation where like, yeah, big T won 2 eliminations. I mean, both of them weren't particularly impressive wins though, but should win 2. I absolutely hated Nerys on X on the Beach. It's crazy that I'm rooting for her now. I never watched Nerys in anything before Challenge. Like, I knew about her. Like, I've heard of her before. But I never, like, seen her in anything. Which I assume she's probably, not the most likable person naturally, right? I assume she's probably someone that, like, probably was pretty messy on her original shows. But, yeah, I think she's had a good challenge run so far. I mean, I think Kylan's, like, definitely just the front runner to win at this point, right? Okay, I hit the wrong button. God damn it. Which, I think, like, a Kylan win I would not be opposed to for this season. Like, technically from a pure, like, storyline perspective, like, a Bananas win would be fine, but also it's like, I do not need Bananas getting an even bigger ego by winning this season. But again, for him to win, like, season 40 and everything, I think that would be, like, somewhat satisfying. Narratively. Same thing with Jordan also, even though I also don't really need another Jordan win. Also, I think a Corey win would also be pretty satisfying. Yeah, imagine, like, if Tori wins, like, at least it, like, cements herself as, like, kind of, like, worthy of being the new face of the show. Like, I wouldn't prefer it, especially, like, over pretty much anybody else in the game at this point. But, it's not, like, a terrible outcome. Because at least, like, it means that, okay, all the hype around her is at least, like, worth something. Okay, can this guy die already? There we go. Well, I expect for next Survivor episode. Like, I think Q's very likely to target. Question is, does he win immunity? Does he have an idol? I think that's probably the only way he saves himself. I think more than likely, though, I think he's probably out. If not him, I mean, I think it's tough because it's like, I was on, like, I think before having just finished watching 45, I would have said Charlie, I think, could be in danger. But I think maybe Maria, like, now thinking about it a bit more, could be a bit more in danger than Charlie. To where, like, I think it's more likely that Charlie would end up being losing finalist at this point than Maria will be. So through that, I think, like, Maria could be getting, like, the blame for the Tiffany move and, like, get the target on her back from that. God damn it. Kind of Rachel win would be perfect. Yeah, that'd be cool too. I'm not expecting Rachel to win personally, but, like, I wouldn't be opposed to that for sure. Like, that would be a pretty crazy result for the season, is a Rachel win. I think I would be very happy if this, like, if the final 3 was, like Kenzie, like, Liz and Venus, or something like that. Or, like, Kenzie, even Maria. Like, Maria's probably the person on this season I care about the least. Or, like, I just don't find her particularly interesting. Like, I think, like, one, her edit is really boring, but then also, like, she also doesn't seem super entertaining. Like, she's a badass, and, like, she's, again, like, for, like, again, she's like super strong in challenges. She's like someone that again is at least like a pretty like, I don't know, like she's a very effective player. But I don't find her good TV. What do I think is like my qualm with her on this season? See, I don't find Charlie annoying. I just find him kind of like bland, but not in the same way. Where like, I think Maria is bland because she's actually bland. I think Charlie's just kind of bland just because like he just like kind of gives like more of the same of what we've seen in the past. Like, he doesn't feel like this entirely like unique TV presence outside the fact that he loves Taylor Swift. Charlie's a Swiftie, so I can't bash him. I think that's more reason to bash him. By the way, I guess we're not doing a draft tonight. I literally had the draft thing open and I just like completely forgot about it. But also, it's like I think I was gonna prioritize finishing this anyway. How is Charlie's playing up the villain role? Yeah, that'll be cool. I don't think that's like Charlie though. I don't think Charlie's really like someone that would be a villain though. But it would be like, I think, yeah, it would be cooler if he was a villain, especially considering his game position, how he's playing the game. Let's say Charlie gains a 3 and losing. Like, I didn't see that with Austin either though. And like considering like I feel like both of them are getting like very, or like I think Charlie is getting like a very similar style of content to what Austin was. Where like with Austin, like, and like to be fair, I think like in the tail end of the game we got him like being tricked by D and that sort of stuff. But like really up to this point in the season, like Austin's edit was like spotless from a game perspective. While also still like equally like lacking like personal content and that sort of stuff, which I do feel like Charlie, like while he has some personal content, it's not really much of anything. We're like rewatching like his first 2 episodes. It's like his personal content is like essentially him like saying, "Oh, I went to Harvard, and I'm not going to tell people that," which like is okay. That's something, I guess. And then also him. What was it? Him saying that, oh, I came from like a small like town with not much diversity or something like that. But it's like, I don't know, he doesn't have that much personal content either. And actually, I like rewatching those first few episodes. I fully stand by what I said at the mid-season power ranking. I don't, again, now I think it's wrong. Where again, like my thing at the time was like, oh, I think he's just there to enable the people around him. And I again, like through just seeing the first 2 episodes, I would agree with that sentiment. I do think that is the case. Like it feels like he's fully there to like prop up Maria and prop up Ben. Like it feels like that's his role on the season early on. But now when it's like clear that Maria and Ben are not winning, it's like, well, what is he then? Okay, what the fuck? Charlie could be a Maria fanboy. I see Charlie and Maria going to 3 and it being a reverse D in Austin. I don't know, would they both get the final 3 though? Because I think right now I'm actually like I'm leaning towards Maria not making it there. Because like we're like what was it, 2 episodes ago we had Maria talking about how she's happy that Kenzie's like taking the lead on the Tiffany vote because like that's gonna make Kenzie a big target. And then like the following episode, we literally see Maria do that. Like we see Maria be the one to lead the charge on the Tiffany vote with Kenzie not being involved. Like it feels like that should be set up to her being a target. In a spot where like if she makes it to the end, like you would think that she would win, right? At that point. I mean, I don't think that's much of anything. Like, yeah, we have the Confession from Venus, But I think Venus is an unreliable narrator. To where, like, I don't think we're supposed to be taking what Venus says as, like, truth. At least in the post-merge. I think early on we are when, like, it's, like, her versus Tevin. And her versus Soda. But I think, like, when we're getting to the post-merge, I think it's clearly showing her as, like, being delusional. Yeah, I would not be shocked if Maria goes home here. I think, like, again, I think it could be a very obvious Q vote, but if it's not a very obvious Q vote, I would say Maria is the next most likely. Wait, do I want to do this? Wait, what? Why ain't that one used? Well, it would be shown the Rain and Venus relationship if Venus is taken out before 3. Why is that shown at all? Is my question. Like, even if she does make it to 3, what is the point? And the thing is, like, I think it, like to be actually rewatching episode 2, I have a feeling a lot of episode 2 is just there because they needed more time. So, like, I get this, and this is not related to the, like, this is like a tangent from the Rand and Venus thing, because, like, that's its own separate thing. But, like, I think rewatching episode 2, just so much of that episode just feels completely unnecessary. And it just seems like it's simply just there because they needed 2 hours. So, like, I don't even know how much, like, credibility even take from episode 2. When, like, analyzing the edit. But yeah, like the Rand and Venus thing, I think is like important to a degree. Like I think it still like details like the tribe dynamics, and it still also like allows Venus to have like a story. Like I think Venus is still supposed to have a story here, right? I don't know if it's necessarily a story for getting to the end. Though again, I wouldn't like. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility she gets to the end. But I don't think her story needs to, like, have her getting to the end. Like, yeah, like, it's not, like, at least on paper early on, it's not that dissimilar from Emily's. Like, now it's very different from Emily's, where I think the post-merge, like, her story is, like, vastly different than Emily's. But I think her early edit is not that dissimilar from Emily's. And obviously Emily didn't make it to the end. This is the penultimate episode. Of Survivor, we have 3 more, I believe. Yeah, Final 7, Final 6, then finale. This finale's in, what, 2.5 weeks, I believe? I confuse myself that Q is either fine making loser or 0 vote finalists, because why would they even take him out? Again, this is the thing. Like, Q practically, kind of. Actually, even then, I don't even agree. Actually, no, I think Q's just an outright, like, person that could just go home at any time. Like, I could see Q being a consensus boot this falling round. I could see Q being dragged. I think it is up in the air. Like, I think people are, like, talking about it as if, like, yeah, like, why would you get rid of Q? When I think there is, like, reason to get rid of Q. Like, still no one trusts him. Like, no one wants to work with him. Like, even this episode, I think Q just outright goes home. Had it not been for the fact that Tiffany had an idol. Or because Tiffany had an idol, they felt like, fuck, we need to, like, get rid of Tiffany now when she's not expecting it. But, like, if that was not the case, Q just probably goes home. In, like, a very, like, consensus vote. Like, people just don't like him. People don't want him around. People don't want him to get to the end. Like, I don't think he's, like, someone that is going to be taken to the end. And I think, like, when we're adding in the edit to it all, like, it also makes no sense for him to get to the end. Like, why would he get to the end when it's just so blatantly obvious he's not going to win the game? Like, why would they make it so obvious in the edit that he has no respect from anybody and will get no jury votes? Like, they would not have that in the show if it was so obvious that was going to happen. Oh, okay, 100% Q is back for 50. I would be very surprised. I mean, like, it's not like a lock, because, again, we have so many seasons still. We have still 3 more seasons to film. And, again, like, also, it's, like, a very limited season where there's just so many people to cast from, but I do think it's very likely that, yeah, he probably makes it on. But again, Julie and Sifu, I think, is different than Randon and Venus. Where, like, Julie and Sifu would be like, if Sifu was, like, portrayed as this big underdog and, like, had this, like, arc to him that they're like, we need to have, like, Julie there as his savior. But even then, it's, like, a different thing, too. Because, like, with Randon, it was, like, again, this is, like, an arc about Venus, like, that she's, like, someone that just can never catch a break, right? And that she's someone that, like, doesn't gel with the people around her. And this is, like, her one saving grace is Randon, the one person that she can connect with, and that he gets taken out by medevac. Like, I feel like there's very different, like, there's a very different context around it. Again, is it necessary? No. But I understand why it's there, though. And I also understand why Julie and Sifu aren't on the show, because, like, both Julie and Sifu were both, like, side characters. Like, they were both, like, pretty irrelevant to the story as a whole. Where, like, Venus is pretty relevant to the story. And because of that, like, it makes more sense why they would give her more focus with the Randon relationship. And also to give Randon's medevac more stakes. Because, like, that would also be, like, extremely underwhelming if Randon gets medevac and there's, like, no ramifications from that. Where, like, here, now it makes it feel like, okay, Randon's medevac means something. Like, it feels like it, like, we can attach it to Venus' storyline, which, like, gives it more weight. It makes it feel like it actually, like, truly impacted the game. I mean, yeah, we were talking about Celebrity Big Brother. Which, again, is not a surprise. I think that was always, like, my assumption, that the only chance of it coming back would be for the Winter Olympics. But this is also, like, not a confirmation that that's going to happen either. It's simply just, like, Julie Chen saying that it could happen, which I also, like, which I already thought was the case. Can this not destroy? Thank you. Percentage chance of a preliminary Fortnite All-Star season to get on 50, 0. Like, maybe 1. I think the only possible way it ever happens is they start casting for 50 and then realize how fun returning seasons are again, to where they are like, hey, we could do 2 of these back to back and, like, still have a lot of people. Like, that's the only shot of it. Realistically, no. And also, like, it being a preliminary season to get on 250, 0% chance. Like, absolutely 0. But a chance of 2 back-to-back returning seasons, that's slightly more likely, but still very impossible. I will say, something I forgot to talk about in the video itself, that I saw, I think it was Pajama comment it, is I do think, though, if Survivor 50 is successful, that I would not be shocked if, like, 54, or 53, or probably 54, is a returning season. Or even, like, 52. Like, I think, like, again, 50 does very well. I could see a world where they do another returning season, like, right away. I forgot Randon existed. I think CBS dropped the ball by not giving Winners of War 90 minutes. I agree. I haven't found anything similar to Julie saying who would want to vote for a lawyer in the early episodes of 46. Not in that way. Not, like, alluding to a loss, I don't think. I do think there's a lot of talk about, like, having to be authentically yourself. And the fact that you're going to have to face adversity. Like, though, like, there's a lot of, like, statements like that. That, again, I think kind of play into, like, Kenzie. Particularly the adversity aspect of it. But not really in the same way. Not really in the, like, yeah, Julie saying that you don't want to vote for a winner. Or vote for a lawyer. Casting Battle of the Placements. Yeah, I mean, like, that would be a fine, like, casting video. Obviously, that wouldn't be a thing that would ever happen. How would that even work, like, actually? Like, practically, how would that work? Like, how do you divide the tribes? I guess it's like, would it be, like, 20th through 16th, or maybe, like, 20th through 11th placers? I guess I'll jot it down if the game would let me pause. There we go. it was a casting Survivor, Battle of the Placements. I feel like if I make this video, there's a billion% gonna be people saying that, like, oh, he's fucking run out of ideas. Whatever. Yeah, I actually think it could be an interesting, like, group to put together. Alright, He is totally winning. What the fuck is this edit? Maybe Kenzie, Charlie, Liz. Like, I think if I'm going, like, full-on, like, a single guess, I think Kenzie, Charlie, Liz. Like, I still think Maria's not, like, not out of it, but, like, I just think it's less likely. I think it's more likely she becomes a threat and taken out pretty soon. I think you could swap Liz and Venus. Like, that's not out of the realm of possibility. But I think if I were to have, like, one sole guess, I would probably say Kenzie, Charlie, and then, yeah, probably Liz. I'm still pretty locked in on Kenzie winning. And I think revisiting the early episodes, I think it's weird because, like, her like, episode 2 is, like, pretty bad. But it's not like, but yeah, it's bad the way that, like, New Era winners have had bad episodes. So, like, the worst content of it all is how Jess talks about Kenzie. But even within that, there's still talk about how, like Jess openly says, if you don't get rid of Kenzie now, she's going to be in the top 3 or whatever. Which, again, that could be foreshadowing. Kenzie, or Tiffany boot, batter. I don't think it's anything, personally. I don't think it's necessarily good. I don't think it's necessarily bad. Now, I know a lot of people are saying it's bad because, like, oh, we got the content of her being set up to take out Tiffany, but she didn't do it. But again, literally the previous episode literally said it was a bad move. And she doesn't end up being the one going through with it. And we still got the full, like, she still got to explain why she didn't want to go through with the move. Which is also a thing to know. That despite her, like, not being like, involved in what actually happened in the episode, we still got her point of view and explaining why it is the correct move for her to be doing what she's doing. So I think people that are saying that's just outright a bad, like, it's bad for her, I think is just wrong. Yeah, I think there's definitely, like, some of it that, like, some people just don't want Kenzie to win at this point, just because they feel like it's, like, a bit too obvious. But again, I simply just don't look at this as, like, a big enough issue to where she's not winning. I would have been sad when someone got voted elsewhere, probably, but not for a while. Again, like, nowadays, I don't really care anymore. I'm trying to think, like, when was I last sad? I was disappointed David Wright didn't win Malaysian X. Who else? Spencer and Kagian, I guess. Well, even his bet on this season's just there. I don't know, actually. It's tough with Ben because it's like I having just, like, revisited episodes 1 and 2. Like, I think Ben's edit in episodes 1 and 2 is better than I remembered. Like, his premiere, like, while situational for a lot of it, I still think it's actually, like, kind of decent. And he also has, like, a pretty solid episode 2 also. So it's like, like, I do think Ben's early edit is probably a bit underestimated, but I think at this point, it's, like, it's not good enough. I don't think Ben's winning. If I were to guess the boot order, I would say, like, Ben is probably, like, 5th. Like, I would say... Okay, let's give, like, a proper... Okay, like, so we're at Final 7, right? I think if I were to give my, like, full-on boot order, I think I would say probably Q 7th, Maria 6th, Ben 5th, Venus 4th. Then Kenzie wins against Charlie and the other person, Liz. Yeah, like I could see one of them getting to the end. I can't see, like, I mean, like, theoretically it could be both, and that could, like, okay, obviously, like, Denise and Malcolm didn't get to the end together, but I think it would make sense why they're trying to prop them up as, like, the next Denise and Malcolm, if they did get to the end together. But I don't know how that works, like winner-wise, because, like, I just think we're at the point where, like, if Marie gets to the end, like, she should win, right? But, like, she's not winning. This is, like, I feel like she can't get to the end. White Final 3. Actually, I didn't think about that. Yeah, that would be a white Final 3, wouldn't it? Better player, Julie Alley, Julie Rosenberg. Julie Alley, probably, but still, Julie Alley's very flawed. But at least Julie Alley probably wins if she gets to the end. I will say, in retrospect, like, I think, like, that's also another, like, major criticism of me of D, is, like, just how loyal she was to Julie. Where it makes, like, it's funny because, like, now obviously we're, like, criticizing, like, Kenzie for, like, turning on Tiffany and that sort of thing. But, like, again, the fact that she, like, is striving to go to the end against Julie and Austin is, like, such a questionable move. Which, again, I think she probably beats Julie, though I think it's very close. But I think, like, the fact that she's even, like, trying to risk that is pretty ridiculous. It's also funny because they're nothing like Malcolm and Denise. Yeah, pretty much. Especially because, like, again, like, I feel like with Philippines, like, I think it's very clear that Malcolm was, like, the, like, clear, like, front runner of the two. Like, he was the one that was, like, for sure the most involved in the game strategically and everything. Where I think here it's like, while I do think Charlie probably is the most, like, I think it's the one that's the most active, like, strategic thinker of the two, I still think it's, like, both of them are, like, relatively equal, credit-wise. Yeah, Times for Rebels is one of the best seasons in a while. Like, I think it's, like, I think I had it top 5 all time. Maybe, I think it maybe it was 6, but either way, I had it very high. Fun Liz being titled in her tantrum, I would agree. But I also understand her perspective. I mean, again, like, if you're fucking starving on an island without being able to eat, like, a single fucking thing, like, I feel like I would also be that annoyed too. But also, yeah, like, I understand, like, I don't think Q owes her anything. So, like, I understand why he doesn't pick her. But I will also say, I think it's actually a bad move for Q to not pick her. Like, I think Q should have picked her, realistically. Like, from a pure, like, jury perspective, like, he 100% should have picked her. Like, I think it's a bad move for him to not pick her, because now he looks like a fucking asshole to everybody, and everyone would want to not vote for him even more. But, like, I do understand why he doesn't take her. I mean, it's by far the best international season. I think it's better than most U.S. seasons. It's literally like a truly elite season of Survivor. Production hates Denise. I don't think production hates Denise, but I also don't think they love Denise. But I think they look at the Malcolm Denise like alliance, not one with that duo, like very favorably. I mean, AU again, like the last 2 seasons of AU are the 2 best AU seasons. Too fair. I think at this point I would probably debate on Heroes and Villains. But still, like I mean, it's definitely like the best 2-season stretch. So yeah, you're head for some good stuff down the road. You're also going to get probably one of the worst seasons of all time, though, in that span. Well, straight, the more and more I think about Blood vs. Water, I think Blood vs. Water might be like one of my least favorite seasons of Survivor ever. Like, it's just such a miserable season. Where, like, even, like, the good parts of the season, like, just don't even feel fun. Like, I think episode 3 is, like, the only part of the season I'm like, okay, this is actually, like, an actual, like, kind of fun part of the season. Like, everything else is, like, okay, wow, I was a fucking idiot. How did I miss that? Yeah, everything else about that season is miserable, though. Like, I would rather rewatch US All-Stars than rewatch Blood vs. Water. I think Blood vs. like AU Blood vs. Water probably has higher highs, but I mean, it definitely has lower lows. Actually, to be fair, I don't know if it has lower lows, but I think its lows are a bit more consistent, maybe. Yeah, that was episode 3. I think All-Stars underrated, but it's not for everybody. Oh, AU All-Stars. Yeah, AU All-Stars is weird where, like, yeah, I don't personally like it that much. Though I will say, having just rewatched it not that long ago, my opinion of it did go up. Though I still, like, I think it's still probably, what, the second or third worst AU season? Probably third worst. But it's not bad. I mean, like, again, like, I think in comparison to US All-Stars, it's a fucking godsend. But yeah, I mean, like, for me, it's a kind of like a middle of the road season. It's like, I think in comparison to like Survivor US, like, I would probably put it like near like the Fijis of the world at this point. Like Fiji. What else do I have around that spot? I don't remember anymore. Either way, like, it would be like kind of like, I don't know. Like, if I placed on the US ranking, it'd probably be around like 25 or something. Maybe a little bit lower. Maybe somewhere around there. Did I have them back to back on the global? Wow, I actually did not remember that. Oh, you mean I had US All-Stars and AU All-Stars? Actually, I think I do remember that. Which, yeah, that's wrong. AU All-Stars is way better. Shawnee overrated. Probably? Oh, what the fuck? How did I die that quickly? Like, I don't think she's bad, but I also think that, like, people obviously, like, overhype her. Wait, how far back did it put me? Is this the beginning of the entire section? Oh, well, that's kind of annoying. Oh, no, or is it not? I don't... Okay, whatever. Brooklyn Challenge would be cool for Challenge 39. Yeah, would have been cool. Was she pregnant at the time, though? And even then, I don't know if she was even in consideration, but... Oh, yeah, I would like to see Brooke on the mainline show. Is Moana the biggest GOAT in All-Stars? Probably, yeah. I don't know who she beats. Like, at best, she can beat Tarzan. But at that point, I think it'll be a debate on, like, I don't know. Like, because I think there is at least, like, some respect for Moana's game. But, obviously, I don't think people liked her. watch a confessional video. I like to ask, what did the confessional count look like for UK and A? Okay, fuck me, dude, in game. I have counts of them. I actually don't remember though. Yeah, let's see. Which my counts aren't super accurate because I didn't bother doing proper 10-second rule or anything. And that's the thing that's like making me stopping me from doing like the Australian Survivor confessional counts and like that sort of thing. It's just because like I feel like with those there's a lot more fluidity. Where like with Survivor US, like it's a very solid count. It feels like there's this like universally agreed upon count. Where I feel like with Survivor, like with like other versions of the show, it feels like people fluctuate. Where like you go to like Australian Survivor confessional counts, people have like different numbers all the time. And I feel like that's like the thing that's like kind of stopping me. Let's see, UK 1. It's a clusterfuck. Holy fuck. Richard had the most at 47. Charlotte had 45. Eve had 44. The top confessional getter was JJ for first 2 episodes. Then it goes to Andy for an episode. Then Eve for 2 episodes. Then goes to Andy until his boot. Then James until he's booted the next episode. And then Eve until her boot. And then Richard. So, that's something. UK Panama, John is the top confessional getter for every episode outside of episode 1. He has 94 confessionals, which is quite a bit. But also that count could be wrong. Then AU 2002, Rob Dixon is number one. 69 confessionals. Is number 1 the entire end game. Craig is number 1. From episode 6 until his boot. Deborah is number 1 from episodes 4 and 5, which is really fucking random. And David is number 1 at the beginning until his boot. So yeah. Yeah, it's like a 12 episode season too, which is short. Well, so it's like, I mean, like, I believe he got like 18 confessionals in like a couple episodes, which is playing a factor. Worst Karamoan player? I'd probably go Allie. Or maybe Shamar. I don't know. Probably Allie, though. I guess I'll heal myself. Like, Ghost Island is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck were they doing with Ghost Island? I legitimately don't understand. Like, how do you edit a season like that? Like, it's so fucking weird that you decide to edit a season where, like, the majority of the cast has, like, less confessionals than the number of episodes. Well, like, you have, like, Dominic having, like, 60 whatever. Name every team from Mazers 22? You think I could actually do that? Dave and Connor exists. Bates and Anthony. Can this thing break? Thank you. Max and Katie? That was their names, right? John and Jessica, they were on that season, right? Caroline and Jennifer were on that season, right? After that, Mona and Beth. That was their season, right? Yeah, I think that's about it. I never realized that Yowman didn't have any confessionals in his boot round. Of Micronesia, yeah. Because, like, a lot of that content went to Penner. Because, like, a lot of the episode was focused around, like, the Penner versus Suri rivalry. To where, like, because of that, like, Yao Man just, like, never got to talk for himself. Where it was people talking about Yao Man. And it was like Penner defending Yao Man and wanting to keep Yao Man, but, like, Yao Man just never got to talk for some reason. Yeah, Jacob Dorn's in 2 episodes, and he has more confessionals than over half the cast. And he isn't, top half confessional getters for the entire season. Like, I believe more than every, like, post-merger outside of, was it, Dom, Wendell, I mean, really, at that point, it's just more than everybody in the cast. Except for what? Dom, Wendell, Kellen, Michael Donathan, and maybe there's, Chris Noble, I think, also. I think that might be it, though. Tied with Angela, who gets the Final Four. Yeah, Ghost Island is, yeah. Which, like, technically he's only in 1 episode. If you want to be technical. But, obviously, it was, like, essentially 2 episodes. Some people consider Wendell to be one of the worst winners of Survivor. It's probably one of the worst people to win Survivor. Debatably, I guess. I think, like, I don't think he's the worst winner. I can see how people think that, like, okay, he was, like, kind of carried by Dom and that sort of thing. I wouldn't fully agree with that, but, like, I can understand how people would have that, like, read of him. Oh, were Joey and Megan on the season? I kind of forgot about that. Chicken Winona, I should have remembered. Pam and Winnie, I should have remembered. I remember them, I just didn't remember they were on 22. As I remember the explanation why Chelsea was so purple. I think there's a couple reasons. Like, there's never been an official reason. I think there's a couple things that I would point out. I think, one, she's boring. I think that's a pretty big one. I think the other thing is I think a lot of what she was doing in the game is like I think when we're looking at like where she was in the game for a lot of it, I think she was always in this spot where like whatever she wanted to do could be vocalized by someone else, to where like they just got the content for her instead. To where like Kellen in particular, I think got a lot of the confessions that Chelsea would have typically gotten, but like Kellen was just more interesting of a person. And there's something else. But still, like, I think those are the main reasons. I still think they could have given her a bit more, especially on the swap tribe, the first swap tribe. Right, that was the position where, like, Chelsea was in this, like, swing position, and you still get, like, very little from her. Though, I guess, like, in a way, you can also look at that, like, was that purposeful? Was that because, like, there was nothing to really work with? And, like, she wasn't ever really considering swinging, so, like, you don't show her perspective because, like, you're not gonna, like, kind of out the fact that, like, there's really no real chance for the Malolos. Yeah, Jenna's not great. I think as time goes on, I'm probably... I don't know, it's like I get lower and higher at certain points. Like, I think, like, Jenna had, like, potential earlier in the game, but I think, like, from Final 7 on is pretty atrocious. Wow, okay, cool, I died. I think it went on the go. I find it funny they, like, made a joke of how many times he says he was on Survivor. I think that's funny. I'm fucking fighting a British merchant? Oh, wait, they restocked my health. Okay. Chris will ever be worst Survivor winner. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, Chris exists. I do find it funny, like, people still, like, people try to, like, prop up Chris, as if he's, like, an underrated winner at points, when, like, he was literally only in the game for, like, 9 days, out of fucking 39. Oh, yeah, Chris Underwood, I would assume. Like, I don't know who watches Vanuatu who comes out thinking Chris is the worst winner of all time. Chris Doherty. Mind you, I do think Chris is probably a little bit overrated, but like still, like definitely not the worst winner of all time. I don't even think Jeff would say that now, though. He probably, yeah, he probably would have at the time. Actually, even at the time, I don't know if he would have. I think he would still say Vecepia at the time. Because the thing is, like, I think with Chris, it's like this situation where, like, I don't think he ever, like, thought Chris played a bad game. I think it's the fact that Chris played a good game that he didn't like. That he hated how much, like, Chris betrayed Julie. And, like, he was upset how, like, essentially how good of a game Chris played. Is, like, kind of more the way to look at it. So, like, I don't think he ever looked at it as, like, Chris was, like, a terrible winner gameplay-wise. But I think he always looked at Chris as, like, a big hypocrite. Because, like, even at the reunion, it's like when Jeff is, like, pissed at Chris at the reunion and everything, it's not like he's saying that, oh, Chris, you played a shit game or anything. He's more so saying that, hey, you lied, and admit to the fact that you lied and that sort of thing. It's like, it's more so like him wanting to, like, for him to own his game more so. I mean, I think that's questionable. That, like, Chris... I mean, I think you could definitely say Chris did more, but was the things he did that good? Where it's like, I think, like Gavin... Again, obviously, I criticized Gavin a lot at the time. And I still stand by what I said. But I still think Gavin's game is, like, extremely impressive. The fact that he's on a season of Edge of Extinction where, like, he's somehow able to, like, avoid being targeted the entire time, be in the majority alliance the entire time, be involved in decision making, even though, again, like, I still think he allows other people to make the decisions for him most of the time. The fact that he's still in that position, I think, is extremely impressive. So especially on a season as dynamic as Edge of Extinction, that was constantly... Yeah, I think that's actually a decent comparison, is Matt Klotz. Dang it, I think Gavin has a bit more awareness to his game than Matt, though. Where, like, I think Gavin can, like, perfectly articulate his game. The problem is that I think his game is not one that, like, the jury is gonna love on those seasons. Especially in comparison to, like, someone that played, like, a bigger, flashier game. I think about Wentworth and Lawrence, they were both, like, extremely close to Gavin, though. So, like, I think it makes a lot of sense why they would vote for Gavin, even despite that. Where I have Mike Barassi on a Samoa player ranking, I don't know. I guess above Marisa. Some of the funniest Final Trial performances, and probably definitively the funniest Final Trial performance. It's like here's a House of Villains on steroids. I don't know if it's on steroids. It just feels like just kind of the same, but just like without villains. It's like very samey, like like a lot of ridiculousness to it. I think like Tosh is definitely a more like over the top host than Joel McHale. So I guess in like that way, it's like on steroids. It's here, right? Devin Pinto. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it either. I think the issue is that it's been so long. And I think as time goes on, it's like there's just people in his archetype that are more likely, and also it's just like HHH. I think is at this point. I think at best you're getting Chrissy. I don't think anyone else is even really on their radars anymore. Like I think when it comes to the late 30s, I think at best you're gonna get these like bigger names. I doubt many of like the I don't know. Like, yeah, like if 40 was a returning season, I think at that point Devin Pinto definitely would have been consideration. 40 was obviously like a not all winners at war returning season, obviously. But again, by the time 50, it's like there's just so many people. I mean, the thing is, like, even if you don't like new era casting, they do, obviously. To where, like, yeah, I don't even think Xander's going to make the cut for 50, but Xander is a billion times more likely than Devin Pinto at this point. Yeah, even, like, Cody, a billion times more likely. Trying to think of other people that would, like, would be in his, like, kind of mold. Austin, definitely more likely. There's like just too many people for Devin Pinto to be in consideration. Yeah, Tosh having confessionals. Him also just like randomly walking around the house was also really funny to me too. Where like he's just there. Yeah, I think JLP's definitely grown a lot as a host. To where I remember I really didn't like him early on. Not didn't like he was fine, but like I think he was definitely like not nearly as good as Jeff Probst. I think we're at the point now. Again, you're not even there yet, but like modern day JLP is on par with Jeff Probst, if not even the baby better. I don't know. I think it's like a different host at this point. Like I think they're pretty different from each other, but I think JLP is very very good. I don't know. Steven about JT again. I think the issue is that JT wins over Steven. Again, would I vote for Steven? Yes, but I think it's still undeniable to see just like the amount of win equity that JT had and the fact that he actually got there and directly beat Steven. Pretty great tribal. Yeah, I think like the thing about JLP, I think like one of the biggest strengths for JLP over Jeff is that I think JLP knows how to just sit back and let people talk. Where like I think Jeff tries to interject himself a lot. He tries to like add in his own metaphors and that sort of thing, and I think that definitely takes some away from more modern tribals. I mean, JT had immunity run, but he really only needed Final 3 immunity. So, like, to me, it's like, that's not enough to... Oh, yeah, the 45 finale's gone. You have to have a what is it called? A plug-in. Well, like, I have a plug-in for, what is it called? Is it Twitch Downloader? It's something like that. Twitch VOD Downloader. I'm on Chrome, right? Or I tell you, I'm on Microsoft Edge, I guess. I forgot I use Microsoft Edge. But yeah, Twitch VOD Downloader is the extension I use. To where you can watch deleted VODs. And that's how I watched the 45 finale. But yeah, it's not on her channel anymore. Same thing with I think it was, what was it, episode 3 of 44. She watched in a VOD that got deleted. So I don't even understand why the 45 VOD got deleted. I'm not bothering watching the rest of her streams. So where like I don't know if she did like something DMCA in the rest of that stream, but like I understand why the other one did, because like that one she watched a movie during it. But where's the post? Oh, here's a link to the extension. Should have Lisa above Malcolm? Yeah, I would very much debate it. Jeff is just Survivor. So he feels like he has to give his input. Yeah. I mean, I think the thing is, like, Survivor's like his entire identity at this point. So, like, he feels like he, yeah. He, like, I don't know. I think there is definitely, like, a lot of ego there, right? and him wanting to interject himself into the product. Yeah, I think that's definitely a fact. To be fair, I don't know if Malcolm needed them. Like, if he doesn't win, then it's like, does he go home? Probably, but it's not, I don't think it's like a guarantee for sure. Because the thing is, like, I think Final 5 in particular is a spot where, like, and really, actually, I guess Final 6 would be the same. It's like, again, if they didn't make the move there, then it's like if they didn't make the move against Denise, then, like, why wouldn't they make the move against Malcolm? Or why would they make the move against Malcolm? Like, obviously, yeah, they looked at Malcolm as a bigger threat, but, like, it's still the same decision, though. Like, it's still the same dilemma of, like, okay, do we stick to our Final Four alliance, or do we go against it? And they still decide to stick to the Final Four alliance. So it's like, I feel like no matter what, I don't think they vote out Malcolm. Mainly because of Scoopin. I think because Scoopin wouldn't do it, I think is the main thing. Like, I think Lisa would have wanted to. Actually, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, Malcolm had an idol anyway at 5. But yeah, like, I think Lisa would have wanted to blindside them, but they couldn't. Because, like, I think no matter what, like, Scoopin would not have been on board. But yeah, I think that's a fair criticism, though, is how he handles Denise at Final Four. So far, I don't feel like it's the case with the GOAT. But I think, like, with the GOAT, it seems like just people are just kind of confused on the show. It feels like half the cast just doesn't even know what they're doing on this show. That they're, like, kind of just, like, again, they've never been part of a social strategy sort of game. So through that, they're just, like, unsure about what they're even doing. But yeah, I would agree Malcolm does more, like, wrong. Like, I think Lisa still does, like, things wrong, but I think a lot of that's, like, attached to her connection with Scoopin. I think it's more so Scoopin doing things wrong. Like, I think Lisa has, like, pretty accurate reads in the game, and, like, has this, like, understanding of what she should be doing, but just, like, doesn't enact it all the time. But again, I think that's because of Scoopin. Who's the best third act villain of Survivor? I don't know. Who would it be? Yeah, I don't know. Like, who, like, so we're saying that someone that was, like, a villain in, like, the very end of the season? It would have to be someone that, like, is just at the very end of the season? Yeah, maybe, like, Brian, maybe? I need to rewatch Champs vs. Contenders, which I probably will when Laced Up Lauren gets to it. Which, by the way, also, Laced Up Lauren is going to take forever to fucking watch Australian Survivor. Like, she's watching at most 2 episodes a stream. So considering there's, like, 26 episodes in 2016, like, this is going to take her, like, what? Like, 3 weeks or something to watch? Which, in comparison to Survivor US, where she would watch an entire season in a week. So, yeah, like, this will be a very long ride to get to the good part. Which I'm also, like, worried at least, like, I haven't been watching her Australian Survivor 2016 streams, so I don't know how she's feeling about it, but, like, I'm worried that she's gonna watch 2016 and just, like, not like it, and then, like, not move on. Because, like, obviously Australian Survivor gets a lot better after 2016. And to be fair, like, she's currently at the, like, decent part of the season. But, like, she's gonna get to a rough stretch, which also, to be fair, at least Lauren, like, isn't a big, like, strategy person. So, we're, like, it's not like she's gonna care that much about, like, oh, she's a pagonging. So, like, I think it really would come down more so to, like, does she have people she likes and hates? By the way, I did look at her list. Like, I haven't watched her actual streams yet, but, like, I did see, like, I think at the beginning of her last stream that she watched an episode, like, I saw her list of people, because, like, she makes a list of, like, people she loves, people she hates. Her hate list is so long for this season, which I do find funny. Which, it was so long for 45, also. Like, she hated, like, half the cast of 45. But yeah, like, there's so many people on her hate list for 2016. And like her, by the way, also Sam Webb is the person she loves on this season so far. So that's something. But yeah, like she hates, like I know Christy is on her hate list. Oh yeah, Burton is the third act villain. Yeah, that's definitely one. Who doesn't love Sam Webb? Obviously. Yeah, I wonder if she loves Mateship. I'm sure she does, right? But yeah, she, who else is on her hate list? I know Lee is on her hate list. Don't know why, but I know he's on. Nick is on her hate list. I saw Barry was on it, but it's Barry. Who else? It was like 8 people on her hate list. Kat was on her hate list, I remember. But yeah, again, like I guess it's laced up Lauren for you. Where like from 45, like she hated, what was it? Hannah and Sean. Hated Sifu. Hated Jake. Hated Bruce especially. Hated Drew. Hated Kendra. I mean, she just hates old people. So I mean, I assume that's a reason. Yeah, like I feel like every old person on the show, she pretty much like instantly hates. The only old people that I've seen her like see on Survivor and not hate are Julie from 45 and Janet from obviously I Am the Idols. Oh yeah, she'll definitely hate Henry, right? I'm a bit up in the air if she'll like Luke or not. I think she probably will eventually, but I'm not sure if she will right away. Oh, I think she's gonna hate David. She's definitely gonna hate David. But then again, I think she'll also find him hot, so she'll probably might like him because of that, though. Like, I think that's the only saving grace for David, is if she finds him hot. And through that doesn't care about anything else. I think she's gonna not like Harry initially. I think she's gonna hate George, by the way. I think she's gonna hate George initially, but again, might turn around just because like she recognizes he's like good TV by the end. Like kind of like the Will Neff trajectory, also. I feel like she should like Haley. I'll be surprised if she doesn't. But again, I also thought she would love Brooke, and it doesn't seem like she does up to this point. But also, like, Brooke was pretty under-edited early on. Okay, wait, I'm about to die. Mom loved Henry because she found him hot. Well, there you go. Oh, yeah, she's gonna love Lockie. I forgot about that. She's gonna love Lockie. Gonna hate AK. And by the way, I love like this is the part of the stream we're at where I'm speculating on like what other people are gonna like, who other people are gonna like and dislike. But yeah, Champions and Contenders I think will be interesting because I don't know who she will even like there. Like I don't feel like anyone like really screams out to me as someone that she's gonna like on that season. Like maybe Shawnee. How do you use the extension? I mean, do you have it installed? At least if you do, if you go to like if you just go on Twitch, there should be a button in the top left corner. Like next to following, browse, and the 3 dots, there's like a like Twitch with a clip on a clipboard sort of symbol. If you click that, then you could push find recent streams, and it'll bring up a list of streams. Then it'll be the one for April 24th. If you click on it, then it'll bring it up. But Monica was barely on the show though. Oh yeah, I started watching Unfrosted and I was like, yeah, this is kind of bad. I don't care enough. I watched like the first like 10 minutes. I was like, eh. I don't feel she's gonna like Matt Rogers. Matt Rogers is not a laced up Lauren sort of person. Yeah, like I'm trying to think of like of the endgame people. It's like there's no one. Like she's not gonna like Shane. She's not gonna like Sharn. She's not gonna like Brian. Shawnee's a maybe. She's not gonna like Well, Monica's just barely there. I think is the big thing. Not gonna like Steve. I feel like she's gonna hate Benji. I think she might like Lydia. But obviously Lydia's gone by the time we merge. And Fenella, like I think if she likes Shawnee, she'll like Fenella. But I just don't know what she'll think of either of them. It gets worse at one point. I had a visceral sigh. Yeah, I do wonder if like does Seinfeld just not age well? Is that a thing, or is it just simply like he's just not funny anymore? Because I don't feel like he's done anything particularly good since Seinfeld. But I've watched Seinfeld, like I've rewatched episodes here and there, and I still find it funny. So maybe it's just that he's just like not good anymore. I don't know. Because like, he wrote the movie too, right? He directed, wrote, starred, and produced, I believe. Do the casuals love Shawnee? I think they do at this point. I don't know if they did her first season, but I think by All Stars, I think they liked her. Yeah, I don't know about Russell actually because I never watched her watch some more Here's Villains. My guess would be that she didn't like him, but I don't know for sure. Player dislike players doesn't matter in the slice because the edit twists the certain way. I mean, like to a degree for sure, right? Like obviously they can edit it, and they can edit it to make it seem like certain things, but still, how the audience reacts to it isn't necessarily guaranteed, right? But obviously they could do all they want to try to make someone sympathetic or make someone likable, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be received that way from the audience. Even though most times it is effective. Where I think that was the thing with like D last season. Where you saw a lot of people talking about how like, oh, D, like what a villain. She's definitely like this there was definitely this like a bit more of a frosty reception to D from the casual audience. When it's like, I don't think that was the intention. Like I think they tried a lot to try to make D sympathetic. But like I don't feel like it fully worked that way. First better player than David? No. I don't think it's gonna work on your phone. I think you have to do desktop. It's not gonna work in the app. Mom wanted Austin or Jake to win over D. Jake, I would say no. Austin, like again, I think it's close until the final 7 happens. Actually, I would say I would vote for Austin up until the final 7 happens. Then when the final 7 happens, then I'm like, okay, I'll vote D. Yeah, he's his brother. Thank God. I definitely know what's happening. This better be the end of the game. I bash D as much as I bash Liz. Do I? I mean, the thing about D though is that again, D is still a very good player. Like it's kind of like a Parvati situation where like I feel like I have to like talk about the negatives just because like it feels like no one talks about the negatives. Yeah, I think that's like one of the best aspects of Austin's game is his threat management. Is that despite him like getting to the end and getting 3 votes against one of the biggest jury threats on the entire season, he was like never targeted that entire season. Okay, this has to be the end, right? Trying to look up a playthrough just so I can know how much more there is, even though again this has to be the end. Well, again, I'm not saying like again Liz's game is shit. Like I think Liz is bad. I think D is not bad. Oh, we literally have like 5 minutes left or so. Oh, wait, no, probably like 10. Yeah, like rest of it's a cutscene. Okay. Yeah, so we beat the game. Um, he wanted Unfrosted to be the reverse Barbie. Well, obviously that worked. Started taking out Tiffany at 8 is terrible for his game. Venus is a better person to take out 8. I'm not sure about that. I agree with the move to take out Tiffany, for Charlie in particular, especially if he's not going to get any of the blame for it. Again, like, Tiffany's someone with an idol in her pocket, and, like, if you don't get her out now, if she, like, if you don't target her at all here, she has her idol at Final 7, uses her idol at Final 7, only has 2 more rounds that she's even vulnerable in any degree, until fire making. It's like, I think at that point it's very precarious, especially in a spot where, like, Tiffany probably wins if she gets to the end. I don't disagree with the move for Charlie in particular. I will say, again, I talked about a lot of this earlier in stream. I think 100% the move is take out Venus now at 7. Like, I think that is the optimal strat for him. And really for Maria as well. What about Matt over Liz? At this point, probably. But, like, I already made the video, and I just don't fucking care enough to fucking re-record it and stuff, and re-edit it. I'll probably keep it as is. But, yeah, I probably would vote Matt at this point. I feel like Tiffany's a boot gameplay is worse than Hunter's. Kind of, because I think the thing is, like, Tiffany was, like, completely aloof, right? Like, Tiffany didn't even realize votes were even coming to her. Hunter was aware. He just, like, made a massive gamble on how they split the vote. And was wrong. But he at least, like, knew he was getting 3 votes, right? Which, again, at that point, why not just fucking play the idol? But, like, at least he was more aware of the position he was in than Tiffany was. Boy Season 4 trailer came out. Yeah, I did see that. That it came out. I didn't watch the trailer, and I still haven't watched Gen V either. But maybe soon? Maybe? If I ever don't have as much reality TV stuff to watch. But yeah, like I actually, when Gen V come out at this point? It's been a while now, right? It's been out for like what, at least a year, right? Oh no, okay, never mind. It wasn't even a year ago. Huh. I could have sworn it was much further back than that. But still, yeah, I definitely should have watched it by now. Hunter at least had people wanting to keep him in the game compared to Tiffany, who only got Venus and Kenzie on her side because of the cute shit. Yeah, and also, like, Venus, like, probably would have voted Tiffany out, right? They just didn't bother including her in the plan. Well, Kenzie also, like, the only person that, like, genuinely voted with her was someone that, like, wanted her out the previous round. Where, again, like, for me, like, I think it's very close between Tiffany and Hunter. Yeah, I haven't fully decided on which one's higher in the player ranking. Like, the thing is, I think Tiffany's pre-merge is stronger, even though I think Hunter's is still pretty decent. I think Hunter's, like, early merge, as in the first few rounds, is probably stronger than Tiffany's. But then, obviously, Tiffany outlasts Hunter. But again, yeah, I think Tiffany, the way she goes out, is probably a little bit worse. Oh no. Are they gonna kill, Kiru? That isn't Kiru? Yeah, I get Hunter's perspective. I still think it's, like, a bit too risky. But yeah, I get what he was doing. Because, like, he thought, like, so from his perspective, like, he knew that Kenzie, Liz, and Venus were voting Q. Which he was right, because they split the vote. And then he obviously knew if he put his vote on Q, that's 4 votes Q out of 9. to where he also thought Q was voting Ben, so that's also, again, like, so at that point he, like, thought, okay, at worst I tie, but he also thought that that Tiffany, because she got in the fight with Q, that there's no way that Tiffany is voting for me over Q, right? Which obviously, yeah, she was, because it was a split vote, but yeah, like, I mean, I get his perspective. It's still wrong. Like, it's still a misread. But yeah, at least he, like, had more of an accurate read than Tiffany did. Yeah, actually, that is pretty insane, actually. The fact that, like, yeah, everyone knew, like, that Tiffany knew that everyone knew about her idol and didn't think that people would be coming forward. Like, that's pretty much, like, James level, right? But, like, even worse, because at least James, like, people talk about how, like, oh, James, dumbest player ever, didn't play, and I when he had 2 idols. I at least understand James' perspective. Like, James, like, had 2 idols in a spot where, like, he was 1 vote away from when he could just play both idols to get the final 4. It's, like, obviously in his mind that he's like, well, if I don't play my idols here, I'm guaranteed final 4. So, like, why would he play his idol from a, like, baseline perspective? Obviously, he's not thinking about the game beyond that. Where, like, again, any rational player would be able to recognize the fact that, okay, other people know that I have an idol. So because other people know that I have 2 idols. So because other people know that, okay, if I survive this round, that I make it to the final 4, then they have to take a shot at me now, right before I get the opportunity. But again, that's not the way that James thinks about the game. To where, like, I understand why James doesn't play his idol. I think it makes sense why he doesn't play his idol. For Tiffany, I think it's like, why are you not playing your idol? Like, I think it definitely feels like a dumber move. Dude, it's fucking 3:22 in the morning. I don't know. Should I still do the daily run? I don't know. Should I just do it tomorrow morning, or should I still do it tonight? I don't know. Wait, there's that guy earlier who showed up. Oh, where are we talking about? Hunter playing his idol is showing his allies that he doesn't trust them. Yeah, I mean, like, but I don't know. It's like, but still, like, the 3 votes, like, isn't enough, right? Like, if he, but I guess they are telling him to trust them. I don't know. I still think it's worth that. Like, again, like, I think it's still better to be in the game where there might be, like, some slight distrust with them than just not being in the game. I just think, like, when you who's gonna fault you when, like, when you know for sure you have 3 votes coming for you that you're gonna play your idol. Like, I think if someone's like wants to stop working with Hunter because he played his idol in a spot where, like, he knew he had 3 votes coming from, that's pretty ridiculous. And those people were never really working with you to begin with then. Does 46 hold the record of most people taking out idols? I believe so, right? Didn't someone post that? Yeah, it's the record. Because it's the 3 people that found idols plus Randon, right? Oh yeah, tied with IOI, yeah. Because IOI had Kelly taking out 2 of them. You had what? Vince, you had Chelsea. Is there another one? Or is the Kelly, because Kelly had 2, is that counting as 2? Rank AU nicknames: Cookie Monster, Golden God, Smiling Assassin. Or are we not including Randon in the 46 record? Is that what? Like, are we saying 3 is the record? But anyway, I think Golden God is probably 1, right? At least that's the most notable. Probably Cookie Monster 2, Smiling Assassin 3. How is this cutscene still going, by the way? I guess, well, really, I guess it's just Yakuza as a whole. But still. There we go. What a great game. What a masterpiece. Yep. There we go. Well, that's done. How far do I go with this? Do I bother watching the credits? Oh yeah, the most people voted out with idols. Yeah, so Randon's not included in that because he didn't get voted out, technically. Yeah, I knew about Pia. Yeah, Pia and Ferris. Or the Smiling Assassin. He's getting his revenge. I definitely knew that. Thank God Rio, my guy's revenge. My favorite revenge arc in the history of stories. What is this song? Like, why is there a song in English? Yeah, actually, wait, what the fuck? Why in a game? Why in a game that's like, there's like no English voice acting? That there's just a random ending song in English? Whatever. Is there a post-credit scene? Then again, I don't fucking care, right? I'm definitely not making that video on this, right? Like, in retrospect, I think there's no fucking way I'm gonna ever talk about this game. Like, I'll be honest, like, the more and more I'm thinking about it, the more and more I just don't give a shit to make a video about Gaiden. I think I'll probably still do Infinite Wealth, but I just don't think I care enough to do a video on Gaiden and Ishin. Especially because everyone just, like, how much, like, less... Actually, Shazam it. Well, actually, I could just look it up, like, ending, like, credit song for, like, a Dragon Ishin. Let's see. Wandering of the Golden Dragon is the name of the song. I mean, like, okay, so this is actually a song made for the game, which is even weirder. Oh, no, it was made for RGG Online? But then they put it in the game? That's even fucking weird. But also, why is there an English song in RGG Online? I think that's even more questionable. I mean, I don't think Maria makes it there at this point. But I don't know. Again, like, I think clearly, like, Kenzie should have a big move to her, right? If she's gonna win. Like, what would the move be? Would it just be taking out Maria? Would that be the big move? Or maybe there, like, is there not a big move? Like, is that why Jeff was, like, so hung up on, like, oh, now juries vote differently, and, like, again, you could vote for someone if they have a panic attack, and they console you during a panic attack or whatever. Like, maybe there isn't a big move, and maybe that's, like, part of why Kenzie wins. And, like, why, like, Jeff, like, mentioned that moment in particular. Taking out Q, obviously the biggest threat, obviously. Or, imagine the big moves taking out Liz. Yeah, what a mastermind should have to be to take out Liz. Yeah, I assume you were here earlier, sure, but, like, I talk a lot about this. I think I'm at the point where, like, I think I'm switched at this point. I think Charlie is the losing finalist. I think Maria is the one taken out before the end. And again, part of it's like coming from I just rewatched 45, and I do feel like Charlie's edit is very reminiscent to Austin's, to where I could see that just being like kind of another redo of a Final 2 edit, or a second place edit. But also, again, I think like this last episode, like the fact that Maria makes this move and like everyone knows it's her move. And the previous episode, we literally had Maria say that it's a bad, like, that Kenzie wants to make this move and good because it'll make her a threat. And then Maria proceeds to then just make the move. Like, I think that's bad. Like, that should mean that Maria is, like, a big target moving forward and taken out before the end. Especially if she's not winning. Again, if she were to go on to win, I think that's a different thing. But like, I don't think she's winning. Um, so yeah, like I think that could be a decent comparison. Like obviously very different character wise. And I think very different edit wise. Like Maria and Drew have nothing in common edit wise. But I think like position wise though. Like Maria being 6th place, I think that would make sense. They know coming into the final 3 of BBCAN 3 who would get final 2 and who would win. No. I assumed Sarah would beat everybody, which turns out to be wrong. Because again, Ashley beat Sarah. But yeah, I thought Godfrey had a tough road. I did not think Godfrey was going to win. Though some of the exit press though was like weird for Godfrey, where like some people did talk about like, oh my god, Godfrey is playing a good game, but then they never like actually seemed to look at him as like an actual contender to win though. Where like I remember Kevin, like I remember his exit interview in particular. I remember listening to, and like he was like, he did like prop up Godfrey, but then like post show he talks about like, yeah, I like saw Godfrey's game, but like I was never gonna vote for him. It's like okay, well, whatever. I literally said I think Kenzie could take out Maria, and I think that could be the move. Fuck. Should I just like? Do I need the credits? I don't really, right? Yeah. Okay. I think I'll just move on to Last of Us. I guess we'll do it tonight. Fuck it. So yeah, stream will cut out for like 20, 30 seconds. But I'll be back. So yeah. See you then.